Seated. Welcome, everybody. All right, morning.
Morning.
We're here today this morning for a hearing that's going to take the better part of the day. And I just want to try to go over timing and ground rules before we get started with our court reporter. Mr. Trudell, nice to see you again. Can you hear me?
Good to see you too. I can hear you. Sorry, it was a little slow.
Mr. Trudell and I traveled the state on Friday together doing Court of Claims hearings. I started in Detroit in the morning and then we did some in Lansing on the way home. And thank you. Nice to see you again, Mr. Trudell.
Likewise.
Okay, now what I intend to do for this hearing is I'm sorry? Oh, I thought somebody said something. Apologize. What we're going to do today is we're going to take up the summary disposition motion first, and then we're going to take a lunch break. I want to make sure you all get a chance to have something to eat. I brought my lunch with me, but I don't expect that you should do the same. So I'll try to give you as much time as I can. We're going to start though at 1 o'clock sharp with the evidentiary hearing. And as I indicated to everybody, each side will have 75 minutes to present. We'll use chess clock timing. And as a result of that, if you're on your feet, it counts against you. If you're not on your feet, it doesn't. As a mediocre chess player on the team in high school, I once won by essentially letting my opponent run out the clock when he thought my clock was running. I won't let that happen to you. If you're on the clock, I'll tell you. Okay. I don't think we need to talk about anything else by way of preliminary matters. Once we go on the record, I'll describe what we're doing here. I'll try to give you my take on the situation. I always try to let you know what I like to know, and we talked in advance, and I think I gave you a pretty good indication of what I'm focusing on today. So any questions off the record before we go on the record? No problem.
Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Trudell, here we go again. You ready?
All set.
This is case number 25-000164-MZ, West Michigan Partnership for Children against the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and Elizabeth Hertel in her official capacity as the director of MDHHS, and I will be using that acronym all day. The case began with the filing of a complaint, but there was a little bit of a hiccup on notice and verification. So when I talk about the governing pleading, I'm referring instead to the amended verified complaint filed on October 15th, 2025 by the plaintiff. In relatively short order, I received a couple of motions. First of all, the plaintiff filed a motion for immediate declaratory judgment and preliminary injunction and requested expedited consideration. I'm sorry that I couldn't get you immediately, but we've done our best to work out a schedule and get to you as quickly as we can because I realize that time is of the essence. And then the defendants filed an amended October 29, 2025 response in opposition to the motion for immediate declaratory judgment and preliminary injunctive relief. I don't know what the difference was between the originally amended, but I knew there was an amended, so I just read the amended, and I presume I'm up to speed on that. That's this afternoon's business, so I'll set that aside. This morning, we're taking up the defendant's October 29, 2025 motion for summary disposition. That motion requests relief under 3 separate subsections of MCR 2.116C, specifically 2.116C7, C8, and C10. I'll explain very briefly what those various subsections do. C7 allows the defendant to challenge on jurisdictional grounds the court's ability to render a decision in this case. And I know that there are several different concepts bound up in that. One of them is the Court of Claims Act provision, which requires that generally claims against the state be filed or a notice of intent be filed within 1 year of accrual. And I think this relates primarily to the argument that under the 2024 funding legislation, there was some provision placed in there directing MDHHS to enter into a multi-year contract with plaintiff. No contract ever was entered, and I think everyone agrees on that. And I think the Court of Claims Act argument primarily relates to the fact that more than a year passed since that claim would have accrued. C8 allows the defendant to challenge the complaint for failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. And as I understand the theory here, there really is just a claim for declaratory relief and injunctive relief. Of course, you can ask for declaratory relief to direct the party's behavior going forward. And I've said many times before that I typically don't like to issue injunctions against state officials. I've never had an experience where I issued a declaratory judgment and the state didn't follow it. And I'm sure I'll get assurances in this case the state will follow a declaratory judgment if I enter one. But we'll make a record in any event just to be sure that in the event that there is some significant non-compliance, I would have an evidentiary record developed where I could immediately convert a declaratory judgment into an injunctive order. Then, the argument under C8, I think, is that there's just no basis for a declaratory judgment in this case, and we're going to talk about that at great length. Then finally, MCR 2.116C10 allows the defendant to challenge the substantiation of the plaintiff's claim on factual grounds, and in order to grant relief there, I have to find that there's no genuine issue of material fact, and therefore the defendant is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. Now, I don't know that I saw a request for I-2 relief, but I guess it's not really essential anyway, because you have your separate motion, Mr. Van Stemfort. And so I don't know procedurally exactly how this goes, but if I decide that you win, I think I have a vehicle in front of me by which I can declare you the winner. Have no idea where I'm going to land in this case. I spent a lot of time working on it, but I can tell you I'm not going to decide it from the bench today. That would be irresponsible. This is too important. I'll do a much better job in writing, and although I generally take a little while to get opinions out, I have another one of these funding disputes involving the PIHPs and MDHHS, and I think I turned the opinion around in a matter of just a couple of days. I expect to do the same here. Okay, that explains procedurally where we are, so let's talk about the facts a little bit, and then I'll let you get started, and I'm very interested in hearing what everybody has to say. It's really not all that difficult to explain the factual dispute here, although the consequences of those facts may be a little bit more difficult to explain. So let me start at the beginning. A little more than a decade ago, the legislature decided that it would treat Kent County different than other counties. And I don't think there's any dispute that Kent County is the only county that falls within the description the legislature gave for this experiment or pilot project or one-off, whatever you want to call it. Kent County is treated differently than every other county in the state. The other counties in Michigan receive funding for child welfare services through a traditional fee-for-services model. And that is the governing, I think there are 83 counties in Michigan. I think that's the governing standard in 82 of the 83 counties. And the MDHHS essentially oversees and participates directly in that process. Excuse me. Under that funding model, agencies who provide child welfare services generally are reimbursed for each specific task that they perform. The Kent County situation is different. It is particularly prescribed in two statutes, which are almost identical. In all meaningful ways, they're identical. MCL 400.117 small a, paren 4, close paren H, close paren, and MCL 803.305, paren 4, close paren, say roughly the same thing. I'll read from MCL 803.305, paren 4, close paren, to explain how Kent County is treated. Quote, notwithstanding the provisions of subsections 1 and 2 and subject to appropriations, that language is going to turn out to be significant, the department, and that's the MDHHS, shall implement a prospective payment system as part of a state-administered performance-based child welfare system in a county with a population of not less than 575,000 or more than 750,000. That range, of course, includes only one county, Kent County. Continue with the statute. For foster care case management in accordance with Section 503 of Article Roman 10 of 2014 Public Act 252. Now, let me just say a few more things about this, and then we'll get started with your argument. First, it has been the case that plaintiff, the West Michigan Partnership for Children, has received an annual funding total roughly of $30 million from the state. Most of that comes in the form of an annual grant agreement with the MDHHS. Now, there's also a provision from the 2024 fiscal year cycle where the legislature directed the MDHHS to sign a multi-year contract with West Michigan Partnership for Children. But I think everybody agrees that no contract was ever entered. And because of that, the plaintiff cannot assert direct contract rights for breach of contract. Instead, it has to argue somewhat by indirection that the failure to comply with a legislative directive either creates some sort of contractual relationship or gives rise to a separate claim. And of course, that's the argument that the defendants make, that I can't even get to the merits of that because that claim accrued more than a year before they filed either a notice of intent, I don't think we even got one, or the complaint, the original complaint, never mind the amended complaint. So what happened in the fiscal year 2026 budget cycle bears significantly on the outcome of this case. Now, I talked to the attorneys off the record at the status conference and told them my most important consideration here is what, if anything, can we glean from what the legislature did in the fiscal year 2026 budget cycle. Now, we know in several regards it was an atypical budget cycle. First, the budget was not approved until after the end of September, which caused a lapse in funding, not just for the plaintiff here, but for all sorts of entities across the state. And then when the budget was finally approved, I think it's fair to say that very few people knew 24 hours before the budget was approved what it was going to say. I happen to know this for two reasons. First of all, I've been the co-chair of the Legislative Committee for Michigan Judges for more than a decade, and we had several things we were waiting on. And then also, coincidentally, I'm now the chair of the Michigan Sentencing Commission, and I was waiting to see if we received an appropriation or not. And the night that we found out the budget numbers, I can tell you from my own experience that I didn't even know whether we'd been given 500,000 or 750,000. I got reports of both numbers until I was finally able to figure it out by reading the House bill that dropped. Now, what happened in this case is not entirely clear, but it certainly seems from the analysis that the legislature intended to zero out the plaintiff. Now, I don't know that for a fact, but if you read the tea leaves, that seems to be the indication of what happened. However, there's no doubt that the legislature provided an enormous appropriation to provide for the foster care system, as it always does. And I think this is really going to be the crux of the dispute, because I think the plaintiff takes the position that there are ample funds available in that appropriation to cover the approximately $30 million that the plaintiff receives on an annual basis. On the other hand, I think the defendants take the position that you can't read the budget to indicate that that $30 million has been set aside or appropriated or necessarily made available to the plaintiff this year, contrary to what happened the last several years. And I'm happy to hear both sides at length on that because I think that's critically important. So what happened? As I said, there was a lapse in funding, and we know that. Everybody had a lapse in funding for about a week. But in this case, at least according to the plaintiffs, there are 426 high-risk children in the care of plaintiff, and there's really no provision made for what should be done for them or with them in this circumstance. Now, as I understand it, as an act of good faith, and it certainly is laudable, the plaintiff has tried to take care of these 426 children during this very bumpy transition from the experimental system that was in place for more than a decade to what MDHHS has now prescribed as its control of the system, as it does in 82 other counties. Now, I want to be clear about the fact that there are, I think, 5 providers in Kent County. I was a little surprised to see a 5th one. I was a family court judge in Kent County for 4 years from 2008 to 2012. And one of the 5 names was one unfamiliar to me, but the other 4 names were extraordinarily familiar to me. These were all the agencies who dealt with children in the foster care system. And so there's nothing about this dispute that will displace, as I understand it, those 5 providers. Instead, the question is, who oversees the process in Kent County? Is it the plaintiff, as it has been for more than a decade, or is it the MDHHS, as it is in 82 other counties in the state of Michigan? So with that, and I've said a lot, I'm sorry I took 15 minutes to get us started, but I wanted to focus our discussion because there's so much to be said about this. There's so many equities in play. I get all of that. But at the end of the day, if the legislature has not appropriated the money, then there's really nothing I can do. If, however, there is an appropriation that can arguably be given to support the continuing activities of plaintiff, then I think there is something I can do. And then we have to consider whether I should or should not do that. And I think that is a particularly difficult question. So why don't I let you go first from the state? Because I think for at least 2 reasons at the threshold, you take the position, I can't even get there. First, this whole thing about the multi-year contract is outside my authority because of a C7 problem under the Court of Claims Act. And then second, even if you get to the particular appropriation for fiscal year 2026, I think you're going to tell me that the conclusion I have to reach is there's just no money for plaintiff here. So go ahead. I'm sorry that I said so much, but I'm glad to hear from you. And why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and the attorney who's with you at the table as well.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Lindsay Levine. I'm here on behalf of Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and Elizabeth Hertel. With me today is Assistant Attorney General Kelly McLean.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Levine. Why don't you go ahead and tell me what you want me to know? The way we're going to do this is you'll argue first, then they'll have a chance to argue, then you'll have a second chance, and they'll have a second chance, and then we'll break for lunch. So go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. So as you said, we're here today because a West Michigan Partnership for Children believes that MDHHS is required to fund their program to manage the foster care in Kent County, despite the fact that the legislature did not provide funding for that program in fiscal year 26. Without those appropriations, MDHHS is not required to use WMPC services to fulfill its responsibility to run the foster care system.
Well, can I stop you for 1 second? And I'm sorry, I'm going to have a lot of questions because I've done a lot of thinking about this. I think you take the position that there's absolutely no funding available for any transitional services.
So the transition from WMPC's management to MDHHS's management has happened at this point.
Well, the 426 children, where are they? Are they all placed in the same places they were before the last fiscal year ended?
Yes, there's been no change to any of their placements. While WMPC was managing the program, these children were all placed or all handled with certain child placing agencies, the 5 agencies that you were mentioning.
Right. I mean, Samaritas or
Samaritas.
Catholic Social Services or Bethany Christian Services. And
Right.
so on.
So there's 5 of those, and the same children are with the same private agencies today. There has been no change to any of the services that they have received. There has been no interruption in any of the services that they have received. And now the only difference is that MDHHS is performing that administrative management services that WMPC was performing before, which involves some oversight and some and the payment.
Okay, well,
ultimately.
and I know this is a small detail in the grand scheme of things, but you concede, I think, that at least for a week after the lapse of funding at the end of fiscal year 2025, that they were still managing these 426 children.
Yes.
Because nobody knew what the outcome of the legislative process was going to be, right?
Right.
So at least there's a week of completely uncompensated oversight, right?
That is correct. However, the complaint doesn't actually ask for any sort of
Monetary relief. I got it. I
yes.
understand.
And the injunction that they'd be asking for, to compensate for that. They, at some point, and I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but at some point they, reference that as harm that has occurred to them and why they're asking for, injunctive relief. That would be that could be compensated with money damages, eventually, if that needed to happen. As they pointed out in an exhibit to one of their things, the department has been trying to work with them regarding payment for those 10 days. It's not that the department has refused to make that payment. If they had perhaps performed services, the department is working with them. There's just some questions regarding the financials that they have and what they've spent, and that all needs to be dealt with at a later date.
Right. And just to be clear about this, I mean, I recognize that the children are my primary concern, but my secondary concern are all the people who work at a place like this. I mean, WMPC, like the PIHPs that I dealt with in my other case, has employees. And in the other case, there's a 1-year transition period. In other words, once the contracts are granted to change the system by which the PIHPs operate, the existing PIHPs have a year of a runway to make the transition. Here, you have to concede there's no runway at all. They're just out of business. Everybody's out of a job, closed down. That's the end of the show, right?
Yes, that's because they had a contract that ended on September 30th, 2025. There's no agreement with the party, between the parties, to go at any point after that. And nobody knows what's going to be appropriated for
Right,
any
and-
particular year.
And when you say the contract, you're talking about the annual grant agreement,
Yes,
right?
the grant agreement.
So when does that grant agreement usually get signed? I know in the ordinary course, the budget gets approved before we get to October 1st. I presume that the grant agreement historically has been signed during the previous fiscal year so that they start the new fiscal year each time knowing that they have a 1-year contract, right?
Usually, but not always. In the previous fiscal year, the most recent grant agreement that for fiscal year 2025, it wasn't actually signed until October 15th.
Right, but there was an understanding that there
Yes.
was going to be a grant agreement.
Yes, there's a discussion about, and everybody's kind of negotiating anything specific in the grant agreement.
And were
From the
there,
time that
were
the-
there any discussions between the parties this year? I mean, obviously, nobody knew what the budget was going to say. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is this. Is this a decision that the MDHHS had unilaterally made before the budget came down? Or was it merely a response to the budget and the way it was drafted for FY 2026?
It was a response to the budget. There was the MDHHS did not know what would come in the budget. So there was a discussion, I believe that WMPC asked if there was going to be a new grant, and the response from MDHHS was, well, we don't know because we don't know what's going to be in the budget. At any time, MDHHS does not know what's going to be in the budget for the
Sure.
next year.
Right, nobody knew, right. On October 1st, nobody knew.
Right. So they were not, they're always prepared to kind of take over the system if they need to, because they don't know what's going to be in the budget. So here, yeah, there was this 7 days, I think, before the budget was actually signed, that they weren't, that WMPC was still performing services, but there's not not after that. After that, once we knew what was in the budget, it transferred directly to.
And I
MDHHS.
think you'll agree with me that the 2 critical statutes governing the Kent County experiment haven't been amended at all, right? They remain exactly the same. There's nothing in the appropriations bill that changed the language, right?
Correct.
So what changed? Tell me exactly what I need to focus on to understand why you took the position that in previous years, it was appropriate to enter into one of these annual grant agreements, but in FY 2026, it was either inappropriate or flatly impermissible to enter into one of these agreements.
So the statutes that we're talking about, I'll refer to as the MCL 400.1178, but they're the
Right,
same.
yeah, you can just say the 2 statutes and I'll know
okay.
what you mean.
All
I have them right here.
right, I just,
Each one is a mouthful.
right. It's subject to appropriations. And,
Right, exactly.
and also the Appropriations Act itself in section 221 of Article 6 says that the Appropriations Act is a time-limited addendum to the Social Welfare Act. And so the two acts must be read together. The Social Welfare Act along with the Appropriations Act have to be read together to determine what sort of programs are appropriated. Also in the Social Welfare Act at 400.1B2, it says that a program is subject to the annual appropriation, and the inclusion of a program in this act does not create an entitlement to that program, and any state department responsible for administering a program under this act is not required to operate that program unless the legislature appropriates funds for that program. So the Social Welfare Act and the Appropriations Act have to be read together every year to determine what programs the department is obligated to run. For the past 8 years, since fiscal year 2017, the Appropriations Act has clearly stated that there has to be this prospective payment system and that WMPC has to be the one that's running it. That changed this year. Both of those parts, 504, just 503 and 504, were both removed from the Appropriations Act. And that act, we can't just read it to say it's silent about this, so it doesn't mean anything about this, because we have to look at the context of the legislation. And the context will include the statute's history, meaning what's been amended by the statute, what is not, the words that used to be in a prior statute about this topic and are not in this one. That all matters when determining what the legislature meant when they removed those provisions.
So just to be clear, there's a fair bit of discretion that executive branch agencies have in operating the programs that are assigned to them. You're not arguing that this is a situation where MDHHS exercised its discretion to cut off this experiment. You are instead arguing that the legislature made it crystal clear that there was no funding for this Kent County experiment for 2026, right?
The legislature took out the requirement to fund this program. So the MDHS does still have discretion regarding how it funds foster care.
Right.
But
Right.
it
Right,
does
but,
not.
right, that's a critical point though, it seems to me, because I'm not saying that you lose if this was an act of discretion. I'm just saying we can have a conversation about what should be done next. If the legislature flatly defunded the program, then that's the end of the discussion. We're just finished here. So where do you fall on that categorization of what happened?
The legislature removed the appropriations to the program, requiring MDHHS to run this program.
Okay, well, let's assume that MDHHS thought this was the greatest thing since sliced bread and they wanted to keep the program going. Could they enter into another one of these annual grant contracts? Do they have the authority to do that today?
Yes, because they have the discretion to run the foster care system the way that they
Okay,
see fit.
but just to be clear, I mean, they couldn't do this in Clare County. They couldn't do this in Menominee County. There's only one county they can do it in. It's in Kent County, right? So that discretion isn't statewide discretion. It's limited to one county.
Yes, because the rest of the, I'd actually have to take a look at that statute at 117A again to
Right,
see
right.
exactly how it says it specifically needs to be funded. So I'd have to look at that again. I don't have that.
But in any event, there's no doubt that Kent County has language that would allow the MDHHS to take the general appropriation and use a portion of that to enter into another one of these annual grant contracts, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your candor. That helps.
But as I was saying, they're not required to
Right.
do so.
Yes, I got it.
Okay.
In previous years, it was clear that there was delegated money,
Right,
dedicated money, I should
Right.
say, not delegated.
right. It was dedicated to this program.
Right.
And now that it's no longer dedicated to this program, there's no obligation to run this program. WMPC has claimed that because there is general funds that can be spent on this program and are intended to be spent on child welfare, that there are funds appropriated, and these statutes have to be, the subject to appropriation is no longer there because there's some funds appropriated. But the concern that that would lead to is that if there's only enough funding for Kent County children at that point, none of the other children in any of the 82 counties could receive any sort of services. If the case is that $30 million, the legislature decided to appropriate $30 million to child welfare statewide. Under their interpretation, the Kent County children would receive this money under the contract with WMPC, and the other children in the 82 counties would receive nothing. And that cannot be the result that the legislature would have intended. I also wanted to bring up this discussion about the 3-year.
Yeah. Why don't you talk about that? Because
agreement.
look, I tend to be really skeptical of an argument like this because one of the general principles of legislation is a legislative body can't bind a future legislative body. In other words, you can't, just because you control the majority in both houses in the governor's mansion doesn't mean you can prescriptively determine what happens for the next decade. I mean, the idea is if the voters decide to turn out an existing legislature and put in a new one, that new legislature can't arrive with its hands tied on everything. That can't possibly be the way that the government operates. But, and I'll agree with you that there doesn't seem to be a contract here. And the ordinary method for enforcing is if they say you have to enter into a 3-year contract and then you go ahead and your client enters into a 3-year contract, then there are enforceable contractual rights, correct?
Correct.
But I think what you're saying is whether it was in derogation of what the legislature meant the last budgeting cycle, that's completely beside the point now, both as a matter of procedure because of the Court of Claims Act and as a matter of substance because one legislature can't bind another one.
Yes, that is correct. So to talk about the Court of Claims Act, just briefly, the Court of Claims Act does require that in order to sue a state department, a person has to have filed that notice within a year.
Right. I think in my day job on the Court of Appeals, I spent more time thinking about this issue. Yes. Right.
So the real question here is when did the claim accrue? So when would the elements have existed that would have allowed them to bring a claim? Because it is not a breach of contract claim, they did not have to wait until they were no longer in a contractual relationship or anything like that, as was stated in their motion or their response.
Right, because the contract they had was only good for a year and they knew that.
Right.
It was a typical annual grant contract relying only on an existing appropriation.
Right.
Not creating an obligation against a future appropriation that hasn't even been made yet.
Right. And they knew that they only had the 1-year contract, and they knew that they were only going to get the 1-year contract. As of September 13th, they had a discussion with the department, and the department said, no, we can't enter into a 3-year agreement because we don't know what the appropriations are going to be. So we're gonna enter into another 1-year contract. They agreed.
Right, and in fact, there was a 1-year contract rather than a 3-year contract. It's
Right.
not as if MDHHS, in defiance of the legislature, refused to enter into a contract. The only difference was it was a 1-year contract, not a
Right.
3-year contract.
Right. And obviously it was a 1-year contract because they don't know what the appropriations are going to be. And so they couldn't
Right,
make
so,
it
so they can't
contract
make
year.
the argument that they were waiting for the outcome of something.
Right.
The contract was
they-
1 year, take it or leave it, they took it, they
Yep.
signed it, and that was it.
So they could have filed a claim. They had a whole year to do so. They failed to do so until October 15th. Or October 13th is when they filed the original claim, but they didn't file a verified claim until October 15th. So that would be the date. So the Court of Claims Act completely just time bars their request for any sort of 3-year agreement. Even if it didn't, The 3-year agreement is something different than the annual contract. And the legislature in the Appropriations Act requires both, or discusses both, right? It discusses a 3-year master agreement as well as an annual contract. And the 3-year master agreement, which would be in section 504 part 1, just says, that's what there's going to be a master agreement with WMPC. Section 2 talks about this annual contract that talks about the funding. And so it makes sense that they would have the annual contract be the funding piece because, again, that's how appropriations are made. That's how funding is done, is yearly. So even if they had entered into this 3-year master agreement, there's no way that that could have been enforced without having funding as well.
Sure.
There's no,
Right.
right. So the request for the 3-year master agreement would have to fail because it's that act is not in effect anymore. And it's doesn't have any sort of practical effect. It doesn't require a contract. It just requires an agreement. And it's time barred.
And I tend to agree with you. I don't see any way that I can say that there's some sort of claim that arises from this non-compliance with the legislature's directive to enter into a 3-year agreement. So let's go back to the question about this year's appropriation and how the funds should be directed. I think you've already indicated to me that the MDHHS would have the discretion, if it wished, to enter into another one of these annual grant agreements, but it would no longer have the obligation to do so, right? That's how you read the FY 2026 budget?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the appropriations bill.
Right.
Okay, so tell me this then. I take it your view is there's no way there can be some sort of expectation that would create some sort of promissory estoppel argument or anything like that?
No, they would have no sort of expectation interest because it says that it is subject to appropriation. The statute and the rest of the context, the rest of the Social Welfare Act, the Appropriations Acts itself, all say that this is subject to appropriation.
Right, but you've already conceded that there's sufficient money appropriated to cover a grant contract if you wanted to enter into one with plaintiff, right?
This year.
Right. So if they had some sort of cognizable legal claim that they could assert, there would be funding available and the MDHHS would have the discretion to provide the funding.
Right, again, for fiscal year 2026.
Yeah.
If the court were to make a declaration that that MDHHS has to run this program, if there's any money in the general fund, that could affect years beyond just this year.
Oh, right. No, I agree. But I think right now they're fighting for their lives. They just want funding for FY 2026 and they'll next time make a real effort, I'm sure, to put on a full court press and try to make sure that they're funded. But this is not a situation where the appropriations bill says for West Michigan Partnership for Children, $0, right?
Right. It's not, it does not specifically say that in the appropriations bill.
Okay.
It just removes any requirement to fund them.
Okay.
It also removes the requirement to fund the program as a whole, which notably in those
You
statutes.
mean this experimental program?
Yes. It doesn't say anything about WMPC in the statutes. It just says a prospective payment system.
Right.
And it removes the requirement to even run that system because it removes section 503,
Right.
which is the one that discusses about that system.
Okay.
So there's we're just talking about whether they're required to enter into a contract. And there is no law under the Appropriations Act or under these statutes that would require them to enter into a contract, and specifically nothing that would require them to enter into a contract with WMPC.
Sure.
The WMPC also requested a preliminary injunction. And I know that the court has said that you're disinclined to grant
Many,
that.
many times. I
Um,
mean, that point made in Davis so effectively, 296 Mish Ave, is one that stayed with me all the way along. I mean, judges should not be in the business of enjoining elected officials unless it's a matter of last resort.
Right. I just want to briefly point out that there are 4 requirements for the injunction and none of
Sure.
them have been met. The no likelihood of success, no irreparable harm to WMPC, because all of the harms that they're alleging are economic harms, financial harms.
Right, but for what it's worth, I mean, we're gonna get to that this afternoon. I don't want you to feel like you have to make a fulsome presentation on that now.
Okay.
We set aside the whole afternoon for that.
Okay. So ultimately, they're asking for these 3 things: a declaration for a master agreement, a declaration for that this program needs to exist, this program that's subject to appropriations where there are no appropriations for this program, and the preliminary injunction. And I think because of the language of the statutes and the context behind it, all of these requests should be denied and the motion should be granted. If Your Honor has any other questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Levine. Thank you so much. You'll get another chance. Okay, Mr. Van Stemfort, you've been sitting patiently for 45 minutes now, and I know you're ready to go.
I can wait all day if you're on. Thank you so much, Your Honor. So Steve Van Stemfort on behalf of WMPC. With me, obviously I have Mr. Dick Hillary, and then we also have Sonia Norman, who is the CEO of WMPC.
Okay, I think if I could sum up where you're starting here, I think it's now a fait accompli that you're not going to win on the argument that there should be a 3-year contract. But I do think that the ball's been moved somewhat significantly in your direction with regard to the 1-year contract, because I think the state's now conceding that they would have the discretion to fund for 1 year rather than arguing that it's flatly prohibited under the appropriations bill.
That's correct, Your Honor. And I'll circle back on the multi-year contract
Sure,
right at the
yeah,
end.
I mean, I'm really disinclined to do that. That's the sort of thing that makes me constitutionally queasy to
I have some good
start
reasons.
saying one legislature can bind a future legislature.
That's fair, Your Honor, and I appreciate your stance on that. But I do have some reasons. I'll circle back on that in a second. But yes, so there are 2 aspects of the claim for declaratory relief. Obviously, there's the multi-year contract piece.
Yep.
That's based on the section 504 of the fiscal 25 bill. And then there's the prospective payment piece, right? That's the statutory obligation to put in place a prospective payment system in Kent County, right? That's this, it started out as a pilot program, but it is no longer a pilot program. So it started out on a temporary basis. There were certain sunset provisions in the bill, and then those were removed by the legislature. So after several years, they essentially said, look, this was a pilot program, this was an experimental thing, and it no longer is. So they made it permanent in the particular bill by deleting the sunset provisions.
Right, but just to be clear about that, I mean, there's no constitutional imperative that says that they have to be allowed to continue this program. I mean,
No, that's correct.
82 other counties are doing something else.
No, that's correct. Obviously, right? But I mean, in Kent County, right? I mean, it initially was going to expire on its own terms.
I
under the
understand.
statute.
Right.
Yes.
What you're saying is by taking out the sunset provision, the legislature sub silencio set it in stone forevermore.
Exactly.
Unless they amended the statutes, which they didn't do in the 2026 appropriations.
Exactly. And of course, Your Honor, the legislature could always amend those statutes,
Sure.
and it hasn't, right? And so the permanent program is still in place. And then the question is, okay, it does say it's subject to appropriations, right? And then the question is, well, what does that mean, right? What does that mean in 803, 305, and 400.117A, right? And I think that's the real question here. And I think, you know, I think the position of the Attorney General's office is that, well, there is no appropriation here, right? Because you don't have the special language in, I think, section 504, section 503.
Right.
But the reality is there is the money. The money has been appropriated, and it has been appropriated for foster care in Kent County, right? I mean, the
Right.
department.
Right. I think the distinction comes down to whether they need something, whether you need something in the nature of an earmark, I mean, it's not an earmark, but you know what I mean, a specifically designated sum of money for a specific purpose, as opposed to a general appropriation that would provide funds if the MDHHS in its discretion decided to fund for another year your client.
Right, and I think it's, so in that respect, it's important to look at what was the historical practice, right? So historical practice was, there would be the general appropriation, and there was no specific line item for WMPC, there's no specific line item for Kent County, there was no specific line item for the prospective payment system, right? It was just paid out of the general appropriation. Now, there were in previous years, there were different language in these provisions, but there were provisions in Part 2 of the Appropriations Bill, Section 503, Section 504, right? And the question, I think, is, well, what do those two sections do, right? And what they don't do is they don't create an appropriation, right? We know that for Section 503, that doesn't create an appropriation. And in this respect, Your Honor, I point the court to actually a decision made from the Court of Claims. This was Judge Patel back in March of this year, March 4. This is in a case, Michigan Federation for Children and Families versus Department of Health and Human Services, discussing Section 503. And I actually have a copy of the case if you want it.
Sure. I mean, I can easily get my hands on it, but if you have it and you can share, I'll take it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And on page 10 of that decision, Judge Patel, and this case, by the way, had to do with foster care payments made by DHHS to child caring institutions. So again, very, very similar to what we have here. There was, in that case, by the way, multi-year master agreements. And the question was whether the DHS was abiding by the terms of the boilerplate language that in Part 2 of the appropriations, whether the master agreements complied with that. And Judge Patel at this court said, no, DHHS was not complying with those. And then,
Well, and just to be clear, I want to put a pin in this.
Sure.
If they had entered into a 3-year contract with you, it would be enforceable because of the contractual rights created from the contract. I think you're not making that quite that same argument. The contract never was, the
Agreed.
multi-year contract was never signed. So,
agreed.
I mean, there's no doubt that an agency can enter into a multi-year contract. I mean, let's say you want to build some gigantic building. You can't do it in a year. And so it's perfectly appropriate to enter into a construction contract that moves into a different appropriation.
Agreed, Your Honor. And that frankly has been part of the, I think, frustrating part of this matter for our client, is because they were repeatedly told that it was impossible for the department to enter into a multi-year contract. And of course it wasn't. And now they're being told that there's no possible claim, right? That really is just unenforceable in boilerplate. But we'll cabin that for a second. So back to 503, right? The question is, okay, does 503 do anything in an appropriations way? And the answer is no. And again, I just point you to the discussion on page 10 here of Judge Patel's decision, where she talks about Section 503. She talks about this provision, and she says in the middle of the page there, this provision directs the DHHS and private providers to set actuarially sound rates for the services provided.
Mhm.
This is a budgeting tool, not an invitation to alter the appropriations decisions made by the legislature. So 503 is not something that creates an appropriation, right? That doesn't do
Agreed.
anything. And then the question is, okay, well, what about 504? And 504, that just says essentially that WMPC, the department has to enter into a multi-year contract, right? And of course, again, not to go down the multi-year contract road, but I mean, that's why this transition was so messy, right? I mean, the intent here was legislature put in a place where there was a stable relationship. And so that if something happened in the down the road, the lights wouldn't be turned off overnight, right? That's what Section 504 is about. And then I think, so in other words, Section 503 and Section 504, they're not creating the appropriation. The appropriation is the same as it always was in previous years. The money is there, right? It's not a question of whether the money is there for foster care in Kent County. It clearly is. It's just that the delivery system of the money is different. So then I think they also argue under MCL 400.1B, right? This is the part of the act, the Social Welfare Services Act, that talks about the time-limited nature of the appropriation, right? And they talk about subsection 2 of that statute. And that statute, 400.1B subsection 2 says a program created in or authorized under this act is subject to the annual appropriation of funds. The inclusion of a program in this act does not create an entitlement to that program. And any state department responsible for administering a program under this act is not required to operate that program unless the legislature appropriates funds for that program. So a couple things on this statute. Number one, this isn't a program, right? So the word program
Right.
is in, so for example, the
The program itself is providing care for children in foster care.
exactly, right.
Right. It's not, there's nothing about the Kent County program
right.
that is itself the program.
Right, right. So the Kent County, it's a system, it's a payment system, right? It's not a program of like, hey,
Right.
here's a new bunch of money.
Right.
And then fund this. And if the legislature decides not to fund that for a particular year, then the department doesn't have to do it, right? Again, the money is there and the payment system is a different system, but the program is unchanged. And so just to give the judge a little bit of awareness, and you'll probably get some of this later on today in the testimony, but in terms of what the prospective payment system is, as the court articulated earlier, it's different than the ordinary model. The ordinary model is a fee-for-service reimbursement model.
Yep.
Whereas this model is the money comes in on the front end, and then WMPC has discretion. They don't have to use a direct kind of like schedule of services, and so they have a lot more flexibility in terms of managing the provider agencies to determine when they're meeting certain performance metrics so they can incentivize certain outcomes, right? And then they can also create new programs that aren't necessarily on the kind of schedule of services that DHHS would otherwise reimburse for. So for example, one of the things that we talked about in our brief is the enhanced foster care system, which is a new thing that was innovated by WMPC, and they were only able to do that because of the fact that they had the flexibility to take the money on the front end and then reallocate it to the sorts of services that are going to, that they believe would be maximizing the outcomes for children, as opposed to just going down the list and checking out boxes on the fee-for-services model. So so in other words, the money is the same, right? Again, and the system is different. So 400.1B, right? Again, this isn't a program. And then secondly, even if it was a program, it says that the department doesn't have to operate the program unless the legislature operates funds for it.
Right.
And again, appropriating funds, the legislature clearly has, right? The legislature clearly has appropriated the funds. The money exists. Again, it's just a different delivery system.
Right. Just to be clear about this, though, I mean, you can't dispute that if the legislature expressly defunded your client, that I would have the authority to reach into the general appropriation to MDHHS and require that they sign a new contract and give your client approximately $30 million, right?
Oh, I agree. So if
Your argument instead is nothing's really changed on the ground. The two key statutes remain unchanged. The money is available in the discretion of the MDHHS. Now, may be different in the sense that your client is not called out as a particular recipient of funds, but nothing's changed from the perspective of what the legislature has directed that puts your client in any different sort of relationship with the MDHHS than what they were in the year before, the year before that.
Exactly. And I think it's helpful to kind of to look at fiscal 26, right, in isolation, right? Because if we're looking at what's the legislature's intent in fiscal 26? Well, we look at the appropriations bill, the language of the appropriations bill, and then we have the statutory obligations in the background, right? So we have the statutory obligation in 803, 305, and 400.117A, right, to operate or to implement a prospective payment system in Kent County.
Right.
And then you have the appropriations bill, and there's nothing in there that directs them to do anything else.
Right.
Right. So the
I think
statutory-
I understand your argument. So what you're saying, if you look at both the statutes and they're identical for purposes of analysis here, that the department shall, it's a directive, implement a prospective payment system in Kent County, right?
Yep.
And the only caveat in there is subject to appropriations. And your view is nothing's changed on the appropriations side that indicates that the appropriations are not available, correct?
Exactly, right. And and again, if you look at it, the appropriations bill in isolation, right? So forget about the fact that 503 and 504 used to be there, right? Because now they're not, right? But we can't read too much into omission. If we just look at the fiscal appropriations
Right.
bill in 26,
Right.
there's nothing in the 26 bill that says, don't do this anymore, right? Because I agree, this would be a different case if the legislature had said, you know what? We don't want this to happen, so we're going to affirmatively write something into the appropriations bill that says, we're not doing this in Kent County anymore.
Right, right.
That would be a
Right,
different case.
Right,
Right?
let's say that they had somebody who was running this operation in Kent County and there were serious allegations of mismanagement or fraud. It is certainly the purview of the legislature to say not a penny more for that operation. But there's nothing like that here. There is just the absence of an express requirement that the money be provided.
Exactly. And if you look at the, you know, from the legislature's perspective, right? I mean, when they enacted the bill, right, they're enacting the text of the bill. And that text of the bill has nothing that defunds WMPC in it,
Well, what
right?
do you-
All you have is a statutory obligation.
Right, and I understand that appropriations bills should be viewed first and foremost to try to figure out what the legislature meant. But I mean, what do you do with the fiscal analysis and some of the other aspects of it? The reading the tea leaves, as I would describe it, that indicated that there may have been some shift in the mindset of the legislature.
Well, I think, so there may have been a shift in certain individuals in the legislature, right? I don't necessarily disagree with that, right? I mean, you know, individual members of the legislature can, you know, decide different things and take certain, and take language out of bills and put language in bills for certain reasons, right? But the intent of the legislature as a whole is based on the text of the statute, the text of the bill that was actually enacted, right? Because you could have, you know, somebody who was in the conference room is like, all right, let's take this language out. And I think the outcome is going to be X. And then it goes out, the final version goes out to the whole legislature. They read it and they say, oh, great, there's nothing in here that takes funding out for WMPC. I can vote in favor of this, right? That's why we stick with the text of the bills as
Right,
enacted,
Right, no,
as
no,
opposed to.
I get it, because if you have a fiscal analysis from one legislative body or another, there's no reason to assume that the other legislative body was on board with that, and then the governor signed it, and who knows what the governor thought about it.
And this particular fiscal analysis was, I think, prepared significantly after the fact by a couple of staffers. And we have that case that we cited in our one of our briefs that indicates that these analyses should be given little credence in terms of determining what the legislative intent was.
All right, so the simplest way for you to win this case is throw out the argument about 3 years. Stick with the 1-year contract for fiscal year 2026. Repair to the language of these two statutes, which says the department shall implement a prospective payment system in Kent County. And the only caveat is subject to appropriations, and they've already conceded the money's been appropriated and they have the discretion to allocate it if they see fit.
That's correct.
It seems pretty straightforward.
Thank you. I'll wrestle in the briefs for the 3-year
Okay, thank you.
contract. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Levine, you get another chance. I really wouldn't spend a lot of money, spend a lot of time on this 3-year contract thing. I don't, that's just a non-starter.
Okay, so
But take on that argument that Mr. Van Stempvoort articulated and I inartfully tried to explain. I think it's a pretty straightforward argument. The statute says the department shall implement a prospective payment system in Kent County. And the only restriction is subject to appropriations, and there's money there.
right, so the only restriction is subject to appropriations, and that is a restriction, and it's an important restriction.
Yes, right.
Um,
But wouldn't that ordinarily mean the legislature said zero amount? Then they're done, right? No question about it. But that's not what happened.
So but the appropriations, it's incorrect to say that the appropriations have not changed from previous years to this year. Because there are these funds that were in the general fund for foster care services, changed from being restricted to having to be spent this way to being unrestricted.
Right.
To being, so that MDHHS then has the discretion to spend them the way that they can for any designated purpose for childcare services.
Right. I mean, in previous years, it was essentially the legislature put their money in a box.
Right.
And handed the box to you and said, give this box to them. Now there's just a big pool of money, like
Right.
there is for so many other things. And they're arguing that, well, that we don't have our box this year, but you have to take your ladle, put it in that big pool of money and give us the same thing that we would have received in the box if it had been like every other year.
Right, and there is no box. It is not
Right,
like
yes,
every
I
other year.
agree.
Right, so
right.
the WMPC can't force, the judiciary can't force an executive agency to use its unrestricted funds somehow in a restricted way.
But-
Um,
But what if the statute says the department shall implement a prospective payment system in Kent County?
subject to appropriations.
Agreed, right. So the whole case turns on what the term subject to appropriation. Okay, that's fine.
Because
That's fair.
whether, and, right, it's, a lot of council's argument, relies on the fact that section 503 and 504 are not actual appropriations. So I just want to address that
Sure.
they are part of the appropriations bill. They are a part of what you would have to review in order to review what the appropriations are for that year. They can't just be removed. They are, that's a part of it, and everything needs to be read together.
Right, yes.
And council's also requested that you look at fiscal year 2026 in isolation. And
Right, well, of
With-
course, because the history indicates that there's
I
been a
would-
different pattern.
yes, I would strongly,
Right.
indicate that you have to look at the context of the bill, which there is a case that we cite that talks about how the context of the bill is different from legislative history. So it's not the same thing as saying this one legislator thought this. It's saying that the context, this was in an act and now it's not, that means something.
I agree with you on that.
So again, because the MDHHS has they have the requirement to run the system. They have the authority to run the system, and they were given the money to run the system. They have to do that in the way that they see fit. And that is ultimately why we would request that be denied.
Thank you, Ms. Levine. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Van Stemfort, I think we're down to the two statutes, limited to only 3 words in them, because I think that as a general proposition, there is a directive to the department to do something, but there's a limitation, and that is the language subject to appropriations. And I think the more I think about this case, the more I think it just turns on what subject to appropriations means.
Yeah, Your Honor, that part of the claim, definitely, right? I mean, the question is, what does it mean, subject to appropriations?
Right, because it seems to me that both of these two statutes provide a directive, the department shall do the following thing in Kent County.
Right, exactly. And I think to the extent that the department says, look, they concede, I think, that the money is there. They concede that they have discretion, but they're not looking at the statute, which says you don't have discretion, right? There's a mandatory language in the statute, and I think that's what this case turns on, right? And for the reasons that we articulated earlier, the subject of appropriations, there is an appropriation. There's no dispute
Right.
that there is money appropriated for foster care specifically in Kent County. So if there are any other questions, I'm happy to
No,
address.
fascinating. I mean, you two have done a beautiful job of narrowing this down to what I think really needs to be decided. I'm sorry, I don't mean to disappoint anybody, but this whole notion of a 3-year contract, I think, is just pie in the sky. I can't get there constitutionally. So to me, it's about 1 year of funding, and it comes down entirely to what subject to appropriations means. Okay, terrific. Thank you very much. Well, the good news is you'll get a nice long lunch break. Let's come back at 1 o'clock. We'll pick it back up again, and I am looking forward to being educated. The hearing that we did a couple weeks ago in the other MDHHS case was really helpful to me, and I'm sure this will be too, because it's one thing for me to try to understand this in the abstract, and it's another thing to understand what actually happens on the ground. So thank you very much, and we'll come back and pick it up. Obviously, the defendant's motion for summary disposition is under advisement. I told you there's no way I'm deciding this from the bench. I'm not that reckless. Okay, thanks, everyone, and I'll see you at 1 o'clock sharp.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there we are. Hi, Mr. Trudell. How are you?
Doing well.
Uh, are the acoustics good? You can hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. By the way, I should have done this earlier this morning, but you were so good about coming up to the lectern, it didn't matter. But this afternoon with the hearing, let me just make sure the table mics work. So, Ms. Levine, will you try your table mic just to make sure he can hear you? These are supposed
Hello?
to be. Go
I
ahead.
can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes,
And Mr. Hillary, you want to try yours?
Hello, testing, testing.
sounds good.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, sorry. Before we go on the record, I can just explain, when we converted the Court of Claims into this serious trial court operation that it is now, we wanted to make sure we had all the accoutrements of a trial court. One of those things is set of table mics. And so, thanks to our head of security, Mr. Flago, and the rest of his team, we now can function much more like a regular trial court, which means you can feel free to comment when you're at the table. So if you want to object, for example, you can do that. Let me just make sure we have the witness box in place too. What are we using?
Your Honor, I just have 2 chairs over there and the mic.
Oh, okay, great. I see. So let me just go over this. It's going to be a little awkward. You can't turn that lectern. It weighs about 1 million pounds and it's not designed to turn. So you can examine the witnesses either from your table, seated if you like, or standing if you like, or you can come up to the lectern. Unfortunately, it's a bit awkward because you'll be looking more at me, and so you're gonna have to turn and look at the witness. I don't care what you do, as long as you're on a microphone, it'll be fine with me. Okay? Sorry, I just wanted to explain that. We have similar problems in Grand Rapids. It's difficult to retrofit a Court of Appeals courtroom to work like a trial courtroom, so sorry about that in advance. Okay, all set to go? We are back on the record in case number 25-000164-MZ, West Michigan Partnership for Children against the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and Elizabeth Hertel in her official capacity as the director of the MDHHS. This morning, we heard extensive arguments on the defendant's motion for summary disposition under MCR 2.116C7, 8, and 10. This afternoon, we're shifting gears and focusing on a motion filed early in the process by the plaintiff, specifically West Michigan Partnership for Children's motion for immediate declaratory judgment and preliminary injunction. I've received that document plus a brief, and then I received the defendant's amended October 29th, 2025 response in opposition to the plaintiff's October 13, 2025 motion for immediate declaratory judgment and preliminary injunctive relief. I have those documents up here with me. I can certainly refer to the exhibits attached, and so you don't have to worry about that. Let me just set the stage here, though, because we've now moved to the portion of the proceeding where we're talking about a request for declaratory and injunctive relief. Declaratory relief is the sort of thing the court can grant to guide the parties in their future conduct. And for what it's worth, I've had other cases like this against the MDHHS, not on these specific facts, but the general category of cases. And I do believe that this is an appropriate request for declaratory relief. As far as an injunction goes, that's going to be a real stretch. Let me explain something about the standards for injunctive relief, and then we'll get started. In one of the cases I cite more than just about anything else, a Court of Appeals decision in Davis versus the Detroit Financial Review Team, 296 Mishap 568 at 613 to 614, decided in 2012, the Court of Appeals set down the standards for granting injunctive relief. Quote, an injunction represents an extraordinary and drastic use of judicial power that should be employed sparingly and only with full conviction of its urgent necessity. The appellate courts have identified 4 factors to consider in determining whether to grant a preliminary injunction. 1, the likelihood that the party seeking the injunction will prevail on the merits, and that, of course, will be reflected in my decision on summary disposition. 2, the danger that the party seeking the injunction will suffer irreparable harm if the injunction is not issued. 3, the risk that the party seeking the injunction would be harmed more by the absence of an injunction than the opposing party would be by the granting of the relief. And 4, the harm to the public interest if the injunction is issued. Stated another way, injunctive relief is an extraordinary remedy that issues only when justice requires. There is no adequate remedy at law, and there exists a real and imminent danger of irreparable injury. Further, with respect to irreparable harm, we note that the Supreme Court has recently recognized that declaratory relief normally will suffice to induce the legislative and executive branches, the principal members of which have taken oaths of fealty to the Constitution identical to that taken by the judiciary, to conform their actions to constitutional requirements or confine them within statutory limits. Only when declaratory relief has failed should the courts even begin to consider additional forms of relief in these situations. And I've indicated earlier, and I'll say again, that I have discovered that the state officers have a perfect record in complying with my issuance of declaratory relief. Never once have I been required to issue an injunction because of non-compliance with the declaratory judgment. And so I think in all likelihood, the relief I would grant here at most would be declaratory relief. So with that, let me turn to you, Mr. Hillary. It's your motion, and I'll let you make any opening comments you'd like to make, or you can just hold off and we'll start calling witnesses, and that's entirely your choice.
So we have, I believe, adequately briefed and set the table for the evidence that you are about to hear. And so we will reserve any closing remarks for after the evidence is in, if that works for the court.
Yes, as a matter of fact, you can rest assured I'll give you plenty of time for closing. It's always much better to argue on an established record than one we're just anticipating. So thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hillary. Ms. Levine?
Yes, we agree. We would also like to wait until after the.
Great, thank you very much. I think that's a very sensible approach. And so let's begin with the presentation of evidence. Mr. Hillary, you may call your first witness. And before we get started, I should indicate for the record that I've allocated 75 minutes aside. I cannot limit the testimony of witnesses at a trial, but this is not a trial. It's an evidentiary hearing on a request for injunctive and declaratory relief. So I do believe I do have the authority to limit time. It'll be 75 minutes aside. When you're on your feet, the clock is counting against you. When you're sitting, it's not counting against you. So, Mr. Hillary, sorry. Now call your first witness. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you jumping up and down.
Thank you, Your Honor. The plaintiffs call Sonia Norman.
Very well. Thank you very much. Come on up, please. And I'm sorry, it's a bit of an odd route to get to the witness box such as it is. Before you're seated, let me swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Before we get started, please tell us your first and last names and spell your first and last names for the court reporter.
Sonia Norman. Sonia is Sonia, Norman, Noorman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Norman. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Hillary, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I assume this is, I'm at an angle here. I hope this works for everybody.
If it works for you, it works for the rest of us. It's awkward and I apologize.
It does work for me. So, Ms. Norman, you've already identified yourself for the record. Tell the court what your current position is.
I'm the CEO of West Michigan Partnership for Children.
And tell the court generally what that means in terms of your day-to-day job responsibilities.
So I lead a team of 22 staff who administer foster care in Kent County.
How long have you served in that role?
Just 5 years on Saturday.
Prior to assuming the position as CEO of West Michigan Partnership for Children, did you obtain any degrees, your educational background? I'm curious where this all started for you.
Sure. I have a, excuse me, bachelor's of psychology from Calvin College. And I have a dual degree in marriage and family therapy from the University of Illinois. So I have a master's in social work and a master's in human development and family studies.
And when did you complete your master's in your master's and your final, I guess, stint in academia?
1995.
And at that time, did you begin working in child welfare?
Well, I actually worked, even when I was a student at Calvin, I worked at Pine Rest as a mental health worker. So I've worked with traumatized children for a long time. When I was in Illinois, I did some internships with kids in foster care. So I've been really involved in foster care for over 30 years. That's been kind of a passion, and it's kind of been put in me really young, like even in high school. I talked my parents into becoming foster parents because I met a young girl who needed a home. And although we didn't provide a home for that particular youth, my parents were foster parents for a couple decades. My in-laws were foster parents. So foster care has just been kind of, part of my DNA.
Did you hold any positions in foster care child welfare in the state of Illinois?
I did. I was a treatment foster care therapist for a while, and I also developed a parent education class for parents that were mandated by the court. So, court mandated parents whose kids had been abused or neglected, and so created the curriculum and then also taught the parenting class.
And then ultimately, I assume you moved to Michigan?
Correct. So we had kids in Illinois and grandparents in Michigan, and that's where all of our family was. So we moved back to Michigan. I was a therapist for about a year and a half at the Christian Counseling Center. And then during that time, saw couples, children doing play therapy, as well as individuals.
Is
Excuse
the
me.
Christian Counseling Center, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
What county is that in?
In Kent.
Okay,
Yep.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
You're fine. So after that job, I strangely became, like, it was always my dream just to be a clinician. That was why I went to school. But I ended up being a specialized foster care supervisor at what is now Wellspring Lutheran Services, but it was Lutheran Child and Family Service at the time. So started as back then, the department had specialized foster care. And so that was what Lutheran Child and Family Service did a lot of in many rural counties. And then eventually moved that also into Kent County.
And we've heard the name Wellspring before, I think, this morning.
Yeah.
Is Wellspring one of the PAFCs
Correct.
connected to WMPC?
Correct. Yes, they're one of our partner agencies.
So explain to the court how you found your way to WMPC. Did you start there as the CEO?
No, so WPC, or what is now WPC, was started many years ago in terms of a thought and based in legislation and a feasibility study. It goes back to like 2013 or even 2009. It was as the result of the Dwayne B. Schneider lawsuit. It was a requirement that the department look into that. So I became involved probably a few years into that. There was a Child Welfare Partnership Council that basically was statewide. So there was legislators, judges, CEOs and leaders from different private agency. The Michigan Federation for Children and Families was involved. There was a project manager. So it was a very large undertaking that took many years, many hours. So I became involved as I was a division director at that point at Wellspring Lutheran Services, very involved statewide in foster care, both with the department on lots of committees and, helping different foster care managers at the time. We've gone through, a few of those, just had good relationships, worked a lot with the department. But we had 6 programs at Wellspring Lutheran Services statewide, and I oversaw those for several years. As I mentioned earlier, I started as a supervisor, moved my way up to management and as a director, and then ended my career there as a division director. So at that time, the last 2 years of my role there, I was very involved in the development of what became WMPC. It took a lot of hours in Lansing with lots of different parties to develop the performance measures, the funding model, the policies and procedures. And so it was just a lot of work.
And just so I understand, what specific role did you play in those discussions about WMPC?
Sure. So I was kind of a content expert in terms of policy, foster care, because that's just been my life's work.
Your Honor, to the extent that she is qualifying herself as an expert, I don't think that she's been deemed an expert.
Right, I don't, you're
I'm
not offering her
not
as an
offering
expert.
expert opinion testimony, Your Honor.
I can take that back.
Okay, that's fine. My view, at least until somebody lets me know otherwise, is everybody's simply a lay witness, regardless of how qualified they may otherwise be. Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
So,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
That's okay.
I had asked you what role you had played in the discussions about the
Sure.
development of WMPC.
So my boss was one of the leaders of one of the, so there was 5 private agencies, right, that were developing this consortium. My boss was one of those, and I worked very closely with him over the last 19 years. So he knew both my expertise and my knowledge, I'll say, my knowledge and my experience in foster care. And I developed good relationships with local partners in the community in Kent County. And he asked me if I wanted to be part of this work, and I said, absolutely. I've done a lot of work, like making strong programs at an agency, and I think it's always important to continue that work. And if I can expand that to the county, I was really excited to do that.
And we'll get in a minute to WMPC's origin story, for lack of a better term. But what was your very first position with WMPC?
I was the chief operating officer,
And I'm sorry, what year did you become the chief operating officer?
2017. So right, July 2017, and our contract became active in October.
So you joined initially as the chief operating
Correct.
officer. That was your title. Thank you.
Yes, yep.
And how long did you serve in that role?
Through November of 2020. So a little over 2 years.
And then did you ascend to a new position at that time?
Correct. I was promoted as the CEO when the previous CEO relocated.
And tell the court again and me what rough date that was?
November 15, 2020.
Okay. Now, this is a broad question and maybe unfair, but I want you to tell the court what WMPC does. And when I say does, right, I understand that we may be saying, what did it do? Because you're no longer managing the foster care system in Kent
Right.
County. So answer that question, right, with what does it do as if you're still doing it? We want to make sure the court understands your WMPC's role in the county.
Sure. So we have a staff of 22 that with basically 3 departments: a care coordination department, a performance and quality improvement department, and a finance department.
Can you tell the court what each of those departments do and how many staff are assigned to each?
Yes. The performance and quality improvement department has 4 staff, and their jobs, we have contracts with all 5 of our agencies as well as our supportive services. So they do contract monitoring. They're also analyzing and reporting on data. We're a data-driven organization, and we have a lot of public data available, and we share those via reports to different stakeholders. But predominantly, we work with our partners to help them identify areas of strength as well as areas that they continue to need to grow. And and they help the agencies share best practices so that, excuse me, they can learn from each other. In addition, if there's gaps that we're finding in our performance, then they'll work with the care coordination department to help determine programs that might actually help fill those gaps.
So are these 22 staff still employed by WMPC as we sit here today?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about when WMPC came into existence and generally your role that you played in its creation. Why was Kent County selected?
So Kent County has been unique historically. It, for many years, it had about 85% of the cases served only by private agencies. And so there's been a smaller percentage of direct foster care done by the county. And so when this performance-based model was brought to light, or like put in legislature, that like the county actually came to the table and said, we'd be willing to do that. And we're set up to do that because it was so privatized already. And so we had legislative support as well as county DHS support, as well as Kent County support to do that, in addition to all the private agency support, because it was a lot of, that would be a big change for them as well.
And since you were there at the origin, and I know you mentioned the Dwayne B litigation, tell the court from your perspective exactly why WMPC came into existence.
So it's clear the state was sued. There was a lot of things that weren't going well in the department, and not in the department, but like for kids and families, high caseloads. We didn't have a computer system that was working well. Just a lot of things that needed to be addressed. And the one area that was put in that in the agreement was assessing whether a performance-based funding model would be helpful. And the impetus was not just for Kent County. So it was a pilot to be piloted in Kent County to see if potentially it could roll out in different parts of the state as it has in other states to address lawsuits. And so at the time, the department leadership was very interested in assessing whether or not this model would be helpful to improve outcomes for children and families.
You mentioned the term pilot, and I think earlier today, we may have even heard the term experimental. In October of this year, was WMPC still a pilot, or would you categorize it as experimental?
No, our pilot was 5 years long, and we had an evaluation at that time. And then we moved into contracting with the department on an annual basis for a grant agreement. And I believe earlier there was discussion about laws and changing language from pilot. And so, no, we're not a pilot anymore. We haven't been for several years.
And I'm not going to belabor.
I'm sorry, can I just back up for just 1 second? When you talked about the federal, sorry, I got ahead of myself. When you talked about the lawsuit that got filed, I presume you're talking about the case in the Eastern District of Michigan that was assigned for so long to Judge Nancy Edmonds?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought that's what you were talking
Yeah.
about, but I wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To your knowledge, is that case still open?
Yes.
So I don't want to belabor the differences between fee for service and a prospective payment system. We know the WMPC model is a prospective payment model. I just want you to explain to the court, from your perspective and your experience, the benefits that that model has in managing a foster care system.
Okay. So it gives us a lot of flexibility and nimbleness to address service needs, as well as if we see gaps in service, we can create programs that will address those needs. And so it really gives us a lot of flexibility and innovation to create what we need to help children and families just have better outcomes. In addition, we've been able to incentivize performance with our organizations. For example, our children weren't being placed with relatives as much as we wanted, as well as compared to other counties. And there was definitely work there that we needed to do. And so we actually funded a couple of positions for each of the agencies, a relative finder, as well as a relative engagement specialist, so that they would have the staffing to locate relatives. And we provided a software system called LexisNexis, which was way more sophisticated to find relatives, because we all know everybody has relatives. It's just sometimes very difficult to find them. And that has been very successful. And we've, since 22, we had like 22% of our children were in relative care. And now, as of September, we were up to 48%. So we've really seen how investing in flexibly investing in innovative ways to increase outcomes, because children do better when they're placed with relatives. They go home more quickly, they're more supported, they're less traumatized. And so that's been really a beneficial investment that then actually helps children and families be placed with family, right? So that was just one example.
Can you explain to the court what enhanced foster care is and where that system came from?
Sure. So enhanced foster care is a service that we created that provides the staffing at each of the organizations to have a clinical case manager as well as a behavioral support specialist. And it will provide services wherever the child is located.
And when you say it was created to provide services, why was that the case?
So one thing, when we started in 2017, we had over 800 children in care, and 12% of them were in residential or CCIs. And so
Let me stop you there just because not
CCI,
everyone may know
you're
what a
gonna make- I know.
CCI is. Can you tell the judge what a CCI is?
child caring institution.
And when you use the term residential, that connotes a certain thing to many people. What does it mean when you use it in your?
So it's a facility like a Wedgwood or a Dave Blodgett that has children placed there for a period of time. They live together and they're receiving treatment. So not in a family home, but really more in a
Group setting.
group setting. And it's more of an institutional type placement, I guess.
And I interrupted you, but connect the enhanced foster
Yeah.
care model to what you're talking about.
Yeah,
now.
so at that time, 12% of our youth were in residential and spending long periods of time there, years. And so we had done some assessment of why that was. We had one contract, the state provides us treatment foster care contract, and all of our agencies had that. The capacity was small in terms of the number of homes. And there's barriers there in terms of the families need to have several years of experience at that time, a lot of training, and then children who are identified as eligible would actually move to that home.
Let
So
me,
that-
let me ask you a question about that.
Yeah.
So I understand enhanced foster care and its application to children, but you just mentioned children who are eligible. What kind of a youth really benefits from the enhanced foster care model?
So we're looking at youth who potentially have moved a lot or have bounced around in different foster homes or different caregivers. They may have a higher, what's called a CAFA score, which is basically a child and adolescent functioning assessment screening. Like their scores higher, and that means they have difficulty with maybe some mental health issues, substance abuse, behavioral issues, and they need more support than what we consider in a traditional foster home.
So in October of this year, how many children were in the WMPC system altogether?
426,
And how many of those were attached to enhanced foster care?
72.
How long did it take WMPC to create this enhanced foster care system?
So actually, we started pretty quickly when we opened the doors, because we knew this was an area that was a gap in our system in Kent County. So we started by doing our PQI team did lit reviews and looked at best practices nationwide. And we worked with our partners and our Network 180, which is our CMH, to develop the model and best practices and what would work in our community for our families and children. And so once we pulled that all together, we created this model, and we started, the agencies could start referring children in February of 2018.
And can you explain to the court the benefits, if any, to children in the foster care system in Kent County who were in enhanced foster care?
Sure. So I mentioned earlier with treatment foster care, children had to move to a new home. And I also mentioned we really want to place children with relatives. So we really think it was important that no matter where the child was living, they were able to receive that additional support. The caregiver would be paid more, so they potentially could work less and be more available for children who may have issues in school or may have lots of appointments or may need more support that then then the parent might not have to work as much. And in addition, then these clinical supports that would go in the home to support not only the child, but also the parent. So really developing a child-specific training plan for each of the caregivers, and working with potentially a therapist. So it's not like this is the only clinical work, or clinical support that the child would receive or the parent. But I think what was ideal for us is that no matter where the child was, we were able to put these services in place. So if CPS removes the child and places them with grandma, and there's a lot of trauma and acting out, we don't have to move that child from grandma into a treatment foster home. We were able to then just place the services and support around the grandma based on the needs of the specific child.
Is enhanced foster care available in other counties in the state of Michigan?
No.
And I'm asking this differently, is it unique to the WMPC model?
Excuse me, yes.
Could WMPC have developed that model without the prospective payment system?
WMPC could not have, I don't think.
And is enhanced foster care something that could be developed in a fee-for-service system is another way to ask that question.
Developed, I mean,
Objection.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Speculation?
In terms of relevancy, I don't think that Ms. Norman, she's working in outside of the state. I don't know that she would have the expertise or the knowledge, I should say, foundation.
Right.
To be able to answer that question about fee for service and what that entails.
All right, Mr. Hillary, if you want to try to lay more foundation, I may let you have it, or we can move on, your choice.
Let me move on. I just want to restate a couple of questions. You do know that enhanced foster care is not available in other counties, I think you testified, other than Kent
Yes,
County.
correct.
Okay. If EFC were to end in Kent County, tell the court what would happen to the children in that system.
So I think what I can tell you is what EFC has done. And so it,
Not under speculative.
I think what she was saying was, she's going to explain what's actually happened. So that's perfectly fine. As long as you continue along that path and you tell us what you have experienced, then I'll let you have it.
So, yes, tell us again, the implementation of EFC in Kent County. What have you observed and experienced relative to children in that system as it currently exists?
so we've seen reduction of children in CCI or residential placements. Like I mentioned earlier, when we had about more than 800 children, we had 12% of our youth there. Now we did have about 426 children in September, and we have around 5 or 6% of children that are in residential. We just completed an evaluation for our third evaluation, and it's consistently demonstrated that it significantly reduces, it statistically significantly, it reduces the number of placement moves that children experience once they enter EFC as well as after EFC. So kids are more stable. We also note that there's more permanency for kids that enter EFC, and they are adopted either more quickly or they are reunified more quickly.
So, we know from this morning, WMPC is currently not under contract with the HHS. Tell the court, though, the current status of WMPC.
The current status is we have 22 staff that are still continuing to do some work that supports foster care from FY25. So there's service approvals and some things, and even payments for things that have happened in FY25. So we're doing that. and just working hard as a team to, if we are to prevail in court, to make sure our policies and procedures are up to par. We've made some adjustments and, made some new policy revisions and, honestly, another piece we're doing it, if we do prevail, then we're also developing a transition plan so that we can make sure that we have a good plan in place to have us take administration back in a way that's planful so that we don't drop any balls.
What's likely to happen to WMPC if there's any further delay or significant delay in having those services transitioned back to WMPC?
Well, we would absolutely staff. They're already anxious. They're already, there's talk about looking for new jobs, et cetera, which I totally understand. And so it would be my understanding that we would have dramatic turnover.
And remind the court how long,
Hang on just a second. I've got a message that you need to speak more directly into the microphone, Mr.
Oh.
Hillary. They're having trouble picking you up. Sorry about that.
I'm happy to do that.
Yep, sorry about that. I just got that message. I would not otherwise have interrupted you.
No, and so, if WMPC were to collapse or dissolve, could you bring that team back together in any meaningful way?
No,
Why not?
because they will have gotten new jobs, I'm assuming, and they will, and to be honest, I think because of the precariousness of this, of how, we've been doing this for 8 years and this is not, it's been pretty unstable for our staff. We've had turnover just because of the instability of first a pilot, which, at least they knew 5 years, but then there's been other situations historically with, funding things or the legislature. And so it's been a difficult organization to keep fully staffed, which is where I'm really proud. This past year, we've had a very strong team and we've not lost anybody since 10/1 since this happened. But I do believe it would be very difficult to bring staff back.
If the court were to rule in our favor and order the department to implement a prospective payment system in Kent County, is there any other entity in Kent County that could take that role other than WMPC?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation and lack of foundation. I don't know how this witness would know whether or not there's another.
Right. Why don't you try to?
I can't hear her, Your Honor.
What's that?
I couldn't hear her response, Your Honor.
The objection was based on speculation and lack of foundation.
Yeah, I think it's her audio I can't hear, when you asked him to speak up earlier.
I'm sorry?
I can't hear her objections. I think that was the audio problem we were having.
Okay, right. Yep, I understand. Okay, thank you. And I'll try to keep her on the microphone. Well, let me say this, Ms. Hillary, why don't you try to lay some foundation? Because I don't rule out the possibility that she can offer this testimony. But right now, I don't know how she would know whether anybody else could step in. I'm particularly interested in whether MDHHS can step into that role, not so much other providers, because I think the plan is that MDHHS would step into that role rather than other providers.
You've served with WMPC how many years?
8 years.
And how many years have you worked in child welfare in Kent County?
Couple decades.
Is that about 20
About
years?
20, sorry, about 20 years.
And explain again to the court all of the facets of child welfare you've touched in the Kent County foster care system?
Can you clarify?
Yeah, tell the court again, very briefly, I'm trying to lay a foundation here, the various roles you've held in Kent County relative to child welfare.
Sure. Well, I was a program manager at Wellspring Lutheran Services and then a program director and then a division director. So involved with the executive, like the leadership in Kent County, part of, meetings with judges and just all of the oversight and all of the collaborative meetings that Kent County has always done. I mean, we're a collaborative community. And so I was just involved in all of that at that time.
And the 5 PAFCs, remind the court the names of those PAFCs?
Bethany Christian Services, Catholic Charities, West Michigan, DA Blodgett St. John's, Samaritas, and Wellspring Lutheran Services.
And again, this goes back in time, but explain very briefly your involvement in the creation of WMPC itself.
So I mentioned I was part of the larger statewide work to develop different facets of whatever this model was going to be in Kent County. When it was finally determined, like when the board, I helped the board develop the 503C. I was the first child placing agency administrator, so helped develop that. I worked with a couple other leaders from DA Blodgett and Samaritas, and as well as the project manager. So we were kind of called the dream team. We worked a lot on weekends and early mornings to really put the bones on some of the work that needed to happen prior to going live 10/1.
And part of that role, did you have an understanding of what the fee-for-service model looked like and how it operated prior to WMPC?
Yes.
And you certainly know how WMPC operates under the prospective payment system.
Yeah.
Could DHHS implement a prospective payment system itself in Kent County?
I'm gonna have to say I don't know. She's gonna object anyways.
That's fair. That's fair. If you don't know, you don't know.
I mean, I could give my
No,
opinion.
no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. 1 minute, Your Honor. Ms. Norman, is there anything else you want the court to know? This is your opportunity to share with the court. Anything else you want about WMPC?
Yeah, so I have to say, I was pretty sad when I found out that overnight, the work that our community had done for 12+ years was just gone. We've seen a lot of positive outcomes for children and families, for foster parents, caregivers, our agencies. And so it felt like, yeah, like the rug was pulled out from under us. And I think what made me more sad is when I remember the reason we actually did the pilot was the system of child welfare in Michigan had a lot of issues. And the department has made, I mean, we've all made just tremendous strides. Like there's been so many great changes. But the whole point of the performance-based model was looking at a new way to do foster care, not just for Kent County. We were going to pilot. And then from that, the actual point, if we look at some of the historical documents, was to see if this is something we'd want to do in other counties or, make it broader, because it's a very community-focused, community-driven, and each community is different. And I know the department believes that too, because we do different things in different communities. However, having a private organization who is more nimble, who can make quicker decisions or change that contract because it's not a statewide effort, it has been those are some of the successes. Because of us being able to be nimble, we're actually able to look at gaps and fill those services. I mean, one example, I remember we did some research and it was really clear we were not engaging fathers. And so we hired Cole Williams to actually literally coach on a monthly basis our private agencies workers on cases. And that, I mean, for us, the point is helping our kids get back home to parents. And we're able to come up with creative ways to do that. And it, like I said, I'm still a little shell shocked that that's now just gone after, so many hours of work as a community and as a state to develop this. And now it's gone. So.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. I have no further questions. The court may.
That's fine. I have 2 questions for you, and I want to make sure that this doesn't go on your side's time. So I'll ask my questions separately from that.
Shall I sit down?
When did you first find out that WMPC was being defunded?
So On the dates. the-
Yes.
The Thursday night to the Friday, when Friday we heard about the budget. We had, I think, basically through some word of mouth of our private agencies, we heard that we were not in the budget.
All right, so just to be clear, it was, as far as you recall, the evening that the appropriations bill passed. I think it passed
That
the
morning,
House.
no, I'm sorry, that morning. So in the
Oh,
evening.
the next morning.
Yeah, in the
Right.
evening, actually, our Director of Strategic Initiatives, because he sent an email, we're in both the House and the Senate, so we should be fine. And so it was that morning we found out that actually that it wasn't the case.
Friday
But-
morning.
But we found out through, I think, one of our partner agencies.
All right, the only other question I have for you is this. What percentage of your funding comes from the MDHHS?
So, and when you're saying percentage, you're saying our full allocation, what's the administrative cost?
Right. It
It's about
costs you X
2.4
number of
million.
dollars to run your
2.6 million.
organization every year.
Yeah, it's about, it goes, it's, I think it's 2.6 million is our admin.
Okay. That's it. Thank you very much. Cross-examination? And for purposes of what we're doing here, that's 36 minutes.
Block
You,
council,
you were fine. I can
I don't-
adjust.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks though.
Hi, Ms. Norman.
Hi.
I have a few questions for you, and I want to start with, so you would agree that there have been great strides made by the department, your testimony was,
I would-
with foster care, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And you would also agree that there's no guarantee that the legislature will fund WMPC every year, correct? You would agree?
I would agree that if they changed.
I just, yes or no?
Oh, yes, I'll say yeah.
And you would agree that presently there's not a contract between WMPC and MDHHS, correct?
Yep.
So you would agree at this time, MDHHS has discretion as to whether or not it will contract with WMPC, correct?
I'll say yes.
Would you also agree that the private agencies, they've been referred to as the PAFCSs, throughout this day, that they are directly providing the services for foster care in Kent County, correct?
Absolutely.
And isn't it true that even when WMPC did have a contract with MDHHS, the private agencies were always providing the
Absolutely.
direct services,
Yes, they would.
correct?
Yes,
To the foster care children.
correct.
And isn't it also true that MDHHS is ultimately responsible for any of the children in foster care, including those children in Kent County, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And there's been argument and also in your testimony today about the organization. In terms of the contract and the loss of the contract with MDHHS, wouldn't you agree that that's a financial harm?
Could you
That's a
restate it?
financial harm in terms of not
To-
having a contract, WMPC not having a contract?
Financial harm to us?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes. And in terms of the relief that WMPC has requested, in particular, the relief that it be given additional time for a transition, wouldn't changing the course halting MDHHS from managing foster care in Kent County for the past 6 weeks directly with the private agencies, wouldn't that pose a delay in terms of the status quo of the children receiving the services they need?
Can you rephrase that?
Fair enough. That was a long question. Wouldn't changing the course and asking, you're your WNPC is requesting that they be allowed to contract and continue to do the management of services with foster care in Kent County, correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't there be delay to the foster care children if the court were to make a change today, since the department has been managing that program in Kent County for the past 6 weeks and dealing directly with the private agencies? Wouldn't that cause a delay?
Can you clarify what you mean by delay?
Well, an interruption.
I can answer the question. Do I have to just say yes or no? I'll say no. Oh, wait,
And
hold on. Say that again. I want to make sure I answer it correctly because I would like to answer more, but I'm thinking I might not get that with you.
well,
So if you would just ask it one more time and I'll answer it. I apologize.
let me think about how I want to say that to you then. We'll come back to that. Also, and you would agree too that even when DHHS contracted with WNPC, DHHS continued to provide supports and contact with WNPC. It wasn't like completely hands off, correct?
It was not completely hands-off.
Let me just briefly take a moment, if I may, just to look at a couple of my notes. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was all of 6 minutes. So that's simple enough. Redirect, Mr. Hillary?
Just briefly, Your Honor. When you found out, or at least heard that DHHS believed you were no longer in the budget and they were taking over the management or administration of foster care in Kent County, did they reach out to you and offer any sort of transition plan?
No,
Did you ask them for a transition plan?
yeah.
How many times would you say?
Several, I would say, because it was within a few days. We asked, actually I'll be honest, even before 10/1, because we knew there might be, the government might shut down, right? There was discussion about that. So we asked for an extension of our FY25 contract, so there wouldn't be any delay or any gap. And so even with our private partners, we gave them each a 60-day extension past September 30 because we didn't want them to feel like there was a gap. And so we'd been asking for a contract for several months, actually, without any contract being provided. And then during the week that this happened, we specifically asked for a transition plan. I mentioned earlier that there were a couple other times in my history with WNPC where we may have needed to close. And we worked with the department, our private partners, both in the department, both in Lansing and in Kent County, and developed a transition plan, which took weeks to do. And it was going to be over several, I want to say either 6 or 8 weeks. And so when we were meeting with DHS leadership, we asked for a transition plan. I mentioned I had documentation of one. So they asked for me to share that, and I did. And then we asked for theirs, and we didn't receive a transition plan at all.
Throughout that transition period, for lack of a better term, what was the level of communication you received from DHHS?
I received a phone call. I want to say maybe Wednesday of the week. It might have been Tuesday. I honestly, I don't remember exactly, but received a phone call from the BSC3 director and Demetrius Sterling that indicated they would be calling me later in the week to set up some meetings. I'd heard that they were meeting with the private agencies that morning or that day, and so I mentioned that. And
Did those meetings ever happen with Director Starling?
we had one meeting with Director Starling and David Knezick, and I can't remember if the AG was there or not. And that was talking about the transition plan, like the information we had, and we we're asking for that.
And again, you mentioned that you had been through this experience a few times before. Compare the level of transition offered by DHHS today to what you would experience when this nearly happened once before.
I wouldn't say there was a transition. We've been told by our private agencies that they couldn't talk to us about cases. And so there was no discussion about individual cases, individual services they needed, individual contracts. And that's what I was hoping we would get with like a plan to do that transition. And then I had my team put the transition together. I just said, all right, guys, every single child, where are they placed? What are the services? What are the special, like the individualized service agreements? And we shared that with the department because we wanted to make sure that as much information we could provide to them, we were doing, even though they weren't asking us for it.
And even though you weren't under contract with the department for that period of time, did WMPC continue to operate and deliver services?
Yeah, so that I can't remember if it was the Friday we learned or if it was this, it might have been the Friday, but even over the weekend, some of my leadership team received communications from some leaders at DHS that said business as usual. So we did take in children over the weekend. I think there was a SIB group. And we continued to do all of our work until basically, I believe it was on that the next Thursday was when the Child Placement Network, which is our placement network, we received, I think actually the private agencies received an email that they would be doing that. Like it's been strange. There's been very little communication with us.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Can I just ask you one more question? You just said something that prompted me to think of something I should ask you. I'm really familiar with child protective proceedings.
I'm sorry.
I'm very familiar with child protective proceedings, but I want to understand how your organization fits into the system. So
Sure.
when you have Children's Protective Services go out and remove children from a home, and then they're brought to the court and there is the initial appearance and you have to try to figure out what to do from there. Tell me what role you play at the inception of that process, because as I understand it, you don't have the same sort of hands-on responsibility for the children that these PAFCs do. What do you do? Are you notified by the court that children have been taken into protective custody and that they'll need placements? And so you have to start looking for relatives, and if not,
So,
then.
yeah,
foster.
there's notification that there may be children being removed. And so sometimes the private agency, I shouldn't say that. I do think there's some intake people that sometimes go. I mean, some of this is in the weeds and I may not have all the accurate information, but we are assigned the case once the child is removed. There are times when the court doesn't, and then that removal is vacated or whatever. When a child is placed with a relative, when CPS identifies a relative, then
Right.
that comes with the placement. So we're involved when the child is removed and assigned to us.
Okay,
Yeah. And then our clinical liaison does, I believe, attend some of the removal team decision-making meetings. So there's this process and
right.
that person sometimes attends those as well.
So once you say the child is placed with you, do you then reach out to one of the 5 PAFCs and try to work with them to place the child? in
DHS is
foster?
part of that as well.
Right,
So,
right.
Yeah, CPS is on the call with us. We do a call with all of the, like a Teams meeting, I think, and they determine best placement
Okay.
together. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
sorry. Any additional questions? I'll give each side two rounds if you want. Anything else you want to follow up with? Yeah, sure. You can stay right at the mic there if
Can
you
you
want.
hear me okay? I just want
I
to make
can hear
sure.
you perfectly.
Okay.
It's
I know my
whether
voice.
Mr. Trudell can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear, yes.
Ms. Norman, isn't it true that the private agencies,
FC?
FCSs, have all the information on the children that they're providing the direct services to? Isn't that correct?
So they have,
Yes.
I'll say no.
What don't they?
So the specific contracts that we developed for specific placements, they wouldn't necessarily have a copy of that. That but maybe it's in my SACWA, so that may not be accurate. I'll just say that.
So they
I don't
will?
know.
So
I
they-
don't know.
You don't know.
I will say I don't know. Yeah,
I have nothing.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You may step down. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thanks.
And you can just go ahead and take your
Okay.
seat at the table again. Mr. Hill?
Oh, sorry. Hello, sorry, one of my audios went off. We're all set.
I'm sorry? Are you okay? Just a moment. I think he's
Sorry,
lost.
my computer just, went crazy there for a second, but we're all set.
You're back? Okay, thank you, Mr. Trudell. I appreciate it. Mr. Hillary? your
No
next-
other witnesses at this time. We may call one in rebuttal, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, you have used up 41 minutes, and so I don't know that you're gonna need it, but you have 34 more if you want. So, now from the defense.
Oh, Kelly Safety?
Thank you very much, Ms. Levine. Sorry again that this is difficult. Before you sit down, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Welcome.
Thank you.
And tell us your first and last names and spell your first and last names for the court reporter, please.
Yep, my name is Kelly Sesti. That's Kelly. And the last name is Sesti, S as in Sam, ESTI.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sesti. And whenever you're ready, Ms. Levine, it looks like you're going to handle it direct. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sesti. What is your job title?
I work for the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services in the Children's Services Administration, and I'm a bureau director there.
What do you do as a bureau director?
So my bureau is over Children's Services Administration. So I manage our budget, HR, our technology system, our continuous quality improvement, our federal reporting, our transformation efforts, policy.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Sure, yeah. So after receiving my bachelor's in social work from Michigan State University, and actually while I was still a student at Michigan State University, I began working at one of our private agency partners here in Ingham County. And I spent about 10 years in the private sector doing direct service work around specialized foster care, and adoption. And then I took a job at the state of Michigan in our central office doing contract oversight. For 17 years, I've been in the department. I would say for the good majority of those, I've been in a leadership role. I worked in our division and I was the director of our division of continuous quality improvement. I also served as the chief of staff for 5 different children's services directors. So I've had a lot of experience at the executive level.
Can you tell the court a little bit about the process for paying for foster care services in the 82 counties besides Kent?
Yep, certainly. And so for those, we work with our private agency partners, or the cases are directly administered through the county office. If it's with a PAFC provider, what they will do is we will reimburse them for services for an administrative cost and for a daily rate for the caregiver.
Where does that money come from?
That is depending on the child's eligibility for funding. It's either federally funded or state funded.
And when it's state funded, how do you get that money?
Through the foster care appropriation.
Is the foster care appropriation separated by county or is it one giant bucket?
One giant bucket.
So you mentioned private agencies. Is it a common arrangement to have private agencies?
Yes, I think it's about currently probably about 65% of our foster care services across the state are serviced by private agencies.
And what services do the private agencies provide?
They provide oversight of the case, case management, referrals for the family, case planning. They do team meetings. They will go out and see the youth and their children and their placements. They'll meet with the parents, attend court hearings, provide for the oversight of medicals, dentals, things like that.
Does MDHHS have a role in cases involving a private agency?
Yes, so every case that's assigned to a private agency, we have a monitor who also will oversee the case as well and do approvals, things like that.
Does MDHHS ever evaluate outcomes for these children?
We have a contract oversight unit where we do look at the outcomes for our private agency providers and what that looks like. We also have a key performance indicator group that looks at the stats for like visits, dentals, report timeliness, things like that.
So Kent County cases are funded differently. How are they different?
So the department provides a capitated rate to the WMPC, and they are then reimbursing the agencies for the services.
When is the capitated rate provided, or the capitated payment?
I believe that it is quarterly, but I would have to double check that.
Is it before the children receive the services?
Yes.
Let's back up a second. What is WMPC?
It's I guess started out as a consortium. It is I would describe it as a third-party entity that provides oversight for foster care services in Kent County.
Do any other counties have an organization like this?
No.
Do you know what sort of oversight they provide?
Well, certainly they approve payments. I think that they would meet with agencies and provide some sort of care coordination, as well as, I think, I'm not going to remember the name that Sonia used for it, but their continuous quality improvement and looking at metrics.
Do they have any interaction with children?
I certainly, if there could be a team meeting or things like that, that they may have,
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I was going to allow this to go, but she clearly has no foundation. I think she's guessing, may have, they might. She doesn't work at WMPC. She doesn't know what they do.
All right, did you want to try to develop some more foundation, Ms. Levine? I suspect she may know, but I don't know for certain that she knows, and at least at the moment, I don't have confidence that she knows.
Do you make oversee payments to WMPC?
My work area does, yes.
And do they ever provide any information regarding what they spend their money on?
There's cost reports and different things. We've had an internal audit that they provided information on.
In the information they provide to you, do they ever, do they tell you how they're spending money for direct services?
Are you referring to
Where that money goes, how direct services are paid for WMPC cases?
Not in detail.
Do they? Okay. So you've mentioned that they have agencies that they coordinate with.
Yes.
Are these different agencies than the agencies in the rest of the state, the private agencies you were mentioning before?
No, the 5 agencies provide services in other counties for us as well.
When did MDHHS start to work with WMPC?
WMPC was formed in 2017. Certainly there was planning that occurred before that.
And did MDHHS work with them immediately when they opened?
Yes.
And since then, MDHHS and WMPC have had funding contracts.
Yes.
Where does the money come from to pay WMPC?
From the general fund?
Is that the same amount money you were talking about before, or is that a different appropriation?
It's the same.
Before the budget comes out, do you know how much money is going to be appropriated or for what?
No. I mean, we certainly see the governor's budget and the House budget and Senate budget, but we don't know the exact amounts.
So before the budget comes out, do you know if particular programs are going to be funded?
Not for certain.
When this year's budget came out, did you know prior to the budget coming out that WMPC would not be included?
No, we knew it was not included in the governor's budget, but it was included in the Senate and the House budget
But when did you find out?
when the budget bill passed.
I will object just to the form of the question, Your Honor. The dispositive issue in the case is whether WMPC is included in that budget or not. And so the form of the question is not appropriate and it's leading.
All right, well, let me just say that to the extent that one talks about the governor's proposed budget and then the House budget and the Senate budget, I'm quite familiar with that process. So I think that her ultimate conclusion is that nobody knows until the appropriations bill actually passes is a fair characterization of what happened. I mean, you can guess and you can get some information, but until the House and the Senate vote, nobody knows.
Sorry. So since October, well, currently, I guess is a better question. Currently, how are the Kent County cases funded?
They're being funded and the department is working directly with the private agencies to reimburse them. for
Why
those
did that
costs.
change from before?
Because we did not enter into a new grant agreement with WMPC
When did the previous one expire?
on September 30th of 2025.
Since MDHHS has been responsible, who is doing the direct care services for the children?
Still the same 5 private agencies.
And what is the MDHHS's role in this?
We have just taken on the same role that WMPC would have, approving determinations of care, approving services, and doing what we would do in the other 82 counties with our private agency partners.
Have there been any disruptions in payments to any of the private agencies?
Not that I'm aware of. We've worked very hard to continue services.
And there's some discussion about a transition. When was MDHHS prepared to take over the management of the foster care in Kent County?
We began those efforts after the day after the budget passed.
What did you do to take care of that?
Yeah, so we met with the private agencies to explain to them how things would need to be shifted within our technology system. We started doing case authorizations differently, providing direction to them. Immediately started working on to obtain contracts to ensure continuity of services, looking at different ways to do exceptions to payments so that we could continue services while we were in that contracting process. We started meeting daily with the private agencies to provide oversight. My team, as well as our out-of-home bureau, met daily as well to walk through transition items that we needed to. We were able to pull information in from previous transition plans. We met with executive leadership to kind of go through all of the steps that we would need to do to ensure continuity of care. We also communicated to the private agencies that we did not want them to change services for any of the kids.
During this period of time, did you receive any notification that any services had changed for any of the kids?
No.
Does WMPC have any role today in performing foster care management in Kent County?
As Sonia mentioned in her testimony, that certainly they have some staff that are still working on payments from the previous fiscal year, service authorizations, things like that.
If the court were to rule today that the contract needed to be extended with WMPC, what would MDHHS have to do?
We would have to basically revert all of the work we've done for the past 6 weeks. So we would have to get the access for the WMPC staff to our MySACWIS system, which is our technology system. We would have to redo all the case service authorizations that we have changed. We would have to end the individual contracts that we have for each child's case. So there would be a great deal of work that would have to go to undoing what has been done over the last 6 weeks.
If the court ordered that MDHHS had to enter into a prospective payment system, could MDHHS do that themselves?
Yes.
How would you do that?
Well, I would need to meet with our budget team and our policy team, but certainly we could issue payments based on the number of kids that are in care at the beginning of the month and reconcile that at the end of the month or the end of the quarter to look at that. And they would prospectively receive those payments.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I have one question before you get started, and I want to pick up on what you just said. The statutes say, as I'm sure you know, that subject to appropriations, the department shall implement a prospective payment system as part of the state-administered performance-based child welfare system in Kent County. Correct? That's your
Yes.
understanding?
Mhm.
Are you at the MDHHS planning, or have you already implemented a prospective payment system?
We have
Now
not.
that you're in charge.
We have not implemented that yet.
And is it your view that you do not have to do that?
Let me think about how to answer this. Prior to today's court proceedings, I did not believe that we needed to do that, but certainly we can move forward doing that.
Right, because the one thing that seems very, very clear from this statute is that somebody has to do. Now, I've heard you say that MDHHS can do that, correct?
Yes.
So with regard to who does this, you would be able to do that exact system. You're just not doing it today. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't say that we would do things exactly the way that WMPC did, but we would do the prospective payments for sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, cross-examination?
Miss Esty, hi, I'm Dick Hillary. I don't think we've met before.
I think we have. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I just want to pick up on a few questions that your attorney asked you at the end about the amount of work you think would be necessary to transition the system back to WMPC. It's true that DHHS, though, just asked WMPC to transition all of these cases to DHHS, right?
I think I understand what you're asking. Yes, we did that. So it would be undoing all of that work.
And to be fair, DHHS asked WMPC to undo all of its work, correct?
We worked with the private agencies to do different work in MySACWIS for that.
And if another transition were ordered, you would agree with me that the private agencies would also work with WMPC and DHHS to ensure that that transition happened.
I presume they would. I don't know that for sure, though.
And just so we're crystal clear, currently DHHS in Kent County is not operating a prospective payment system for foster care.
Correct.
You're operating what we've used, the fee-for-service language. Is that true?
Yes.
So the budget this year included $1.55 billion roughly for child welfare in the state of Michigan. Is that true?
I believe so. Yes. That was close.
And there's no reference in that budget, at least in part one, regarding how that money should be spent.
Correct.
How much of that 1.55 billion has the department allocated to Kent County for the next fiscal year?
I don't know the answer to that.
Who would know
specifically.
that?
Someone from our budget area.
Do you assume there's been some allocation in a fee-for-service system already?
I would assume that there's projections for how much is being spent in each county.
And you would agree with me that the department is not currently offering the same services to children and families in Kent County as WMPC did?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Is the department offering enhanced foster care?
Yes.
Will it continue to offer enhanced foster care for new children who need it?
Right now, there's a pause on that while we're assessing the enhanced foster care program. Previously, we did implement it in other counties and it was not as successful as we saw in Kent County. So we just want to be sure that we are moving forward with the best service for kids and families.
But you would agree that the enhanced foster care system in Kent County was successful when operated by WMPC?
I would say that I would need to look at the assessment of whether those services were the direct impact or had the direct impact that they indicated based on what I've seen in other counties and the decrease in residential services I've seen or the increase in relative placements.
But to be clear, a decision has not been made currently to continue enhanced foster care in Kent County.
It has not also been made to discontinue it either.
One minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
Anything else I can get? No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Any redirect examination?
So you said that the department is not offering a prospective payment system in Kent County.
Currently, yeah.
Why did you stop offering the program?
Because it was our understanding that that WMPC was not being funded and that we did not need to do that any longer.
The money that is funded in the general fund, does the department separate that out by county?
As I mentioned, I think that there's certainly allocations for staffing and looking at all the different programs and what that looks like. So there are some, but it's not defined that you only get this amount or you only get this amount.
Have any, in Kent County, since the transition to MDHHS direct administration, have any child services been discontinued or interrupted?
No.
There was some discussion about enhanced foster care and whether that was successful. You mentioned on direct that you review performance metrics. So with the statewide, let me think of how to ask this. Have you ever compared the statewide performance indicators to that in Kent County?
Yes.
And what has that shown?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Yeah, boy. I'll sustain it. You can try to come at it another way. I mean, that seems to me that you're asking her, if you read something and you picked up a number, where did you get that? Sorry, I'm not trying to be a stickler about this, but she can't just tell us what you read somewhere.
What does it mean to analyze the data for the performance metrics?
So in our Division of Continuous Quality Improvement that reports in my area, we pull statewide data, county data, and we look at that to compare performance, to look at where we need to make improvements. And then we also, of course, use outside entities to do that as well.
In statewide, have there been any changes in the amount of children who are in residential or institutional?
Same objection, Your Honor. We're talking about data that I've never seen and, right, she's reading it and she's asking.
Yeah,
for
I
testimony.
don't know how she knows this. I mean,
Yeah.
if this is something that she herself prepares, then she can testify about it. But if she's just reading something somewhere, she can't do it.
How, okay, what sort of, how do you find out this information?
My staff pull that data and provide us with tables with information. We present it in the public. I've presented it at conferences. I know the data because I work with the data every day.
When you say you pull the data, where do you pull it from?
Our data warehouse,
And how does that information get there?
it's entered into by the staff that are doing the work, and then we pull the data from behind the scenes to analyze it and to look at that.
I'll let her answer the question.
So do you know
Right,
how
I don't
many-
really want to get, I don't want to get too technical
So
about
do
this.
you know what the difference is in the past few years between the children who have been in residential or institution?
Yeah, our statewide numbers, in 2019, we had just under 1,300 kids that were in residential treatment. And in last fiscal year, we had about 400. So the entire state saw an extreme decrease in that amount of time and the number of children that were receiving residential treatment.
Right. Just one second. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hillary, any additional cross-examination?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, let me put that down. Thank you very much. Ms.
Thank
Sesti,
you.
you may step down. Sorry, I can't get the time here. Ah, I got it. 24. Go. Okay. Ms. Levine, any other witnesses?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm looking to her since she's in the lead chair. I didn't mean to.
Teaming here.
Right, right.
We would like to call Demetrius Starling.
That's fine. Okay. Come on up, please, sir. And everybody's in great shape on time. It's 24 minutes used up, so if you want, you have 51 minutes, Ms. McLean. Please don't. All right, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'll do.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Once you're seated, please tell us your first and last names and spell your first and last names for the court reporter.
Okay. So my name is Demetrius Starling. That is spelled Demetrius. Last name Starling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Starling, and you may proceed.
Here, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Starling, what is your current position with MDHHS?
I currently serve as the Senior Deputy Director for the Children's Services Administration with the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services.
And how long have you been in that role?
I began this role approximately April of 2021.
And what does that entail?
So essentially what that entails, there are around 3,300 employees in children's services across the state of Michigan that conduct work across the child welfare continuum. So when you think about CPS, Child Protective Services, foster care, adoption, licensing, and juvenile justice programs, both in the local county offices and in central office, they fall under my purview.
And very briefly, what did you do prior to this current role as Deputy Director?
Yes, so I've been with the department now for approximately, it'll be 25 years in February of next year. And during the course of that, over 2 decades of work, I've served in various roles. I started off initially as a child protective services worker, as an analyst, first line supervisor, second line supervisor, district manager, statewide continuous quality improvement, administrative manager, county director. I served as the first bureau director for a department that oversaw prevention, preservation, services before I transitioned to my current role.
Thank you.
Yep.
How is it that you are familiar with WMPC?
I became familiar with WNPC years ago as a county director because there was a lot of discussion statewide in regards to this pilot project that was occurring in Kent County and how it could potentially demonstrate some better outcomes for children. And so that's when I first became aware of it. I believe at the time I was a district manager in Genesee County. Yeah.
And in terms of when WMPC had a contract with MDHHS, did you have any interaction with the entity at all?
Yes, from time to time, I would sit in on some of their data sessions and also in conjunction with the Business Service Center Director, just to hear about some of the programming, how we could, collaborate more and to ensure that there was a proper service provision or if there were any concerns with the contracts, so I could hear directly from the folks at WNPC.
And during the time that the state contracted with WMPC, based on what your testimony was, it sounds like that MDHHS had some involvement in oversight.
I'm sorry, so one more time.
MDHHS had some oversight of WMPC during the time of the contract.
That's correct.
Now I want to kind of shift gears a little bit to the time of October 1st of this year. And you've heard testimony today about the expiration of the one-year grant agreement.
Correct.
And why don't you tell us what role you had at that time when that contract expired with WMPC? What role did you have with the private agencies in Kent County at that time?
Yeah, so at the time when the news came out about the budget, I quickly aligned with my team to make sure that we were having connection with either the private agencies or WNPC. So we made sure that we had discussions with folks around service provision, making sure that folks were aware of the contract language and also the budget language.
And what kind of information would the PAFC's private agencies that we've referred to today, what kind of information would they have had at that time, October 1st, 2025, about the children that were being serviced in Kent County?
At the time, they would have all the identifying factors or information about the kids. So they, of course, will have the dates of birth, the child's background, when the children came into care, the services that were necessary for the kids. So at the time, the private agencies had all the information that they needed for case management purposes.
If the private agencies didn't have information that they needed at that time, October 1st, 2025, or even today, who would they contact?
Well, at the time that the contract was in place for WNPC? Or after, it would be us, yes.
In terms of the last 6 weeks with the budget being finalized, has MDHHS been notified of any interruption in services for the children in Kent County?
Not at all.
And how would MDHHS be notified if there were an issue with services?
Yes, so there are daily stand-up calls between the Business Service Center Director and the County Director with all the folks in the private agency industry. So if there are any concerns in regards to staffing or service provision or needs of the youth that were not being met, they would know and find out about that right away.
And how would MDHHS address any concerns that are brought to its attention about services for the foster children in Kent County?
Yes, I stated earlier, so the Out-of-Home Services Bureau Director that oversees, our foster care services will work hand in hand with the BSC Director to ensure that if there was a contract issue or a service issue, that we would address that right away.
And I'm going to ask you now some questions. There's been some testimony today that you've heard a lot about enhanced foster care and maybe other types of services that WMPC was providing in Kent County.
Yeah.
And I'd like to go through some of these items just to have you explain what is currently the state in Kent County. And with respect to specialized placements for children of high needs or high needs youth, what can you tell us about those services in Kent County today?
Yes, so the specialized placement unit that operates under our BCHIPs, our behavioral health portion of the department, which is not under Children's Services, they work with the county to ensure that if there are a high acuity of needs for a youth, whether it be mental or behavioral health services, they will help connect some of those dots. You know, they are very acutely aware around navigation issues, especially with community mental health. So those folks, you know, can be activated at any given time.
To this date, have you been told about any particular issue with Kent County youth receiving those services that
No.
you just described?
No.
With respect to EFC or Enhanced Foster Care Services, you've heard Ms. Norman testify about WMPC's program and the implementation. What can you tell the court today in terms of EFC in Kent County with foster care children?
Yeah, great question. So just last week, as a matter of fact, you know, I had a discussion with the Business Service Center director in regards to EFC. And, you know, the current youth who are receiving the services, that will go unhindered. We don't have any plans on ending those. But, you know, as stated by Mrs. Sesti earlier, we're going to consistently, you know, assess the service as is, as we would do all of our services, to make sure that we're efficient and that, you know, we're making well-informed decisions.
You're not ruling out EFC?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
Any issues as of today that have been brought to you, I mean MDHHS's attention, about any EFC deficiencies or lack of services with foster care in Kent County?
No.
What about health insurance? And I'm going to loop under that health, medical, behavioral health services. Are those particular services being provided today to foster care youth in Kent County?
Yes, they are.
And any issues brought to your attention about any foster care in Kent County not receiving those services, healthcare related services?
I have not received one indication or issue.
With respect to supportive and ancillary services, could you tell us what those services would be?
So again, you know, you're talking about ensuring that visitation programs, making sure that counseling, therapy, all the administrative services that we see in our other 82 counties are in place for the County of Kent.
And any concerns brought to your attention about the foster care youth as of today not receiving those items or services in Kent?
Not a single one.
What about MySACWIS? We hear that term a lot. Maybe you could tell us, just for the record, what MySACWIS is and whether or not there have been any issues or concerns with respect to MySACWIS in Kent County with foster care.
Yeah. Can you spell that out for the court reporter?
Yes. MISACWIS.
Yeah, that's
My
correct.
SACWIS.
Yes, it's an acronym.
Did I get that correct?
Yes, you're correct. So MySACWIS is basically our child welfare operating system that both public and private staff operate out of. They enter all their foster care and CPS and other program area contacts, your court reports, your medical and dental records, your psychotropic records, pictures, anything that you need for the purposes of case management. And staff, both public and private, are provided training from our department in regards to how to navigate that system.
Any issues, are you hearing any issues from the private agencies in Kent County with foster care with payment? Or anyone else otherwise that would be utilizing my SACWIS?
No.
What about flexible supports, respite care? Could you explain to the court what those particular services would be in Kent County?
Yeah, so respite care is a contract that we have within the department that if and when a foster parent needs a break, whether they're going on an out-of-state trip or there's, some, I guess, issues or concerns in the household with a particular youth that the family, the foster parent, or the kinship care provider needs a break, then, they can enter into an agreement with another foster parent that can take the child for a short period of time for a cooling off period, lack of better terms. Yeah.
Are those supports still in place in Kent County for the foster care youth?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure if that's a contract that was even still in place, to be honest.
Well, let me ask you this. Have any concerns about respite care, assisted care been brought to your attention
Oh, no,
with respect to Kent County?
Kent County, correct.
And in terms of specialized staff or WNPC staff, there was testimony today. Ms. Norman testified about some of the particular staffing positions that WNPC offers. What is your understanding of how MDHHS is handling any specialized positions that would be related to the Kent County foster youth?
In regards to their staff or in our staff, our staff?
Your staff or the private agencies or?
So we have purchase of service staff in Kent County that never went away. So they oversee, or can continue to oversee those cases. So I don't foresee any services being, jeopardized as a result.
And what about TDM, which are team decision-making facilitators?
Right.
Could you tell the court what those are?
Yes. So our TDM, team decision-making facilitators, are staff that are situated within our department. So whenever there's a change of placement or youth is coming into care, or whenever there's a truly substantial decision that needs to be made relative to that kid's placement or the care, then we will activate the team decision-making process. Again, this is a service that we provide in our other 82 counties, and that wouldn't be an issue for us to continue that process in Kent County as well.
Okay. In your role that you currently are in, you heard Ms. Sesti answer some questions about outcomes for children. You heard Ms. Norman also testify about WNPC's role with outcomes. In your capacity and in your role, would you be aware of statewide changes in outcomes in foster care in general throughout the state?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what are you seeing today?
Yeah, a lot of great things that the department is really, proud to showcase. One being our work around kinship care. So Michigan is a kin first state. So statewide, we right now place around 65% of our youth who come into care with a kinship care provider. So that's not something that's, pertinent only to the county of Kent. And also, as Mrs. Sesti stated earlier, we were at around 1,300 youth who were in congregate care or CCI placements back in 2019. Right now, last indication, we're around 385. And again, this is statewide. And for a number of reasons, we've looked at different ways to keep kids out of our system altogether. We've looked at different ways to really activate our kinship care providers. We have different reintegration and diversion programs that we have across the state. And there are also a couple private agencies who, for whatever reason, chose not to do that work altogether. So there are kids who are situated back in their community versus being in these facilities.
And again, in terms of the transition from WNPC and to MDHHS managing the foster care in Kent County, have there been any concerns, issues brought to the department's attention?
None have been brought to my attention.
Let me just double check real quickly. I may. Yeah, just a moment. That's all for us right now. Thank you.
I'd like to just ask a couple questions before we move on to you, Mr. Hillary. Mr. Starling?
Yes.
Have there been personnel or other resources redeployed to Kent County to fill the gap left by WMPC's departure?
From our department, no.
Okay, so you still have the same number of MDHHS people working in Kent County as you did before?
Yes, Your Honor, we never got rid of those.
Is it your understanding that the state is saving money by this transition from WMPC to MDHHS in Kent County?
I believe that was stated in the budget recap, yes.
Yeah, has that proven to be true?
I think it's still early to tell.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have nothing else. Thank you very much.
Just a few questions. Director Sternly, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
So is it fair to say that today DHHS is operating the child welfare system in Kent County like it does for every other county?
Relative to foster care services?
Correct.
Yes.
And that is what we've called the fee-for-service model. You know what that means, right?
Yes.
Does DHHS have any plans to implement a prospective payment model in Kent County?
I'm not quite aware of that quite yet. I know we've had discussion about that and we'll definitely go back and assess that.
Tell me about those discussions.
Well, the testimony that was entered today by Mrs. Sestak,
Oh,
is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Discussions today.
Yeah, right, right.
Based on what you heard this morning.
Correct.
Were you around when WMPC was created? Around in DHHS?
In DHHS, not in this role, correct.
Okay, what role did you have at that time?
In 2017, I was a district manager in Genesee County.
So you understand back in 2017, a task force was created to assess whether this performance-based model could launch in Kent County, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And there were committees that were assigned to that discussion, correct?
I didn't know anything about the committees, but only the task force, correct.
And this flowed out of the Dwayne B. federal court lawsuit, correct?
One of the initial iterations of it, yes.
WMPC originated in 2017 and has become operational through 2025, correct?
Correct.
And WMPC has its own set of contracts with all of the PAFCs.
Correct.
And I think you know that WMPC also has contracts with other vendors in the community to provide services that may not be available through the PAFCs.
I'm not quite sure about that, to be honest. Yeah,
Would that surprise you that that's the case if I told you it's true?
it wouldn't surprise me, no.
Ms. Sesti testified that she believes that DHHS could implement a prospective payment system in Kent County. Do you hold that belief as well?
I do.
And you believe it could happen
quickly, or how long would that take?
We want to do it with intentionality, want to do it right, so I can give you a time frame.
WMPC, it took, as you understand, from 2017 to 2025 to become operational, correct?
Correct.
It would take some time, wouldn't it?
It depends.
You need new contracts. Your current contracts with PAFCs are fee-for-service contracts, correct?
Correct.
You would need prospective payment contracts.
Correct.
And those contracts would have to be vetted internally at DHHS, right?
I'm assuming, yeah,
And you've been through that process before with the department, haven't you?
correct.
That takes some time, doesn't it?
It depends. It depends on the size of the contract. It depends on the programs.
Well, you know the size of the contracts we're talking about here, don't you?
Yes,
$30 million last year was allocated to WMPC and that prospective payment system, right?
if, assuming yes.
So these would be sizable contracts.
Yes, they would.
Take time to get all of this in order, right?
I'm not sure.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Mr. Starling,
Yes.
whether the department has a prospective payment or fee for service, that's payment, right?
Correct,
That's not services, correct?
correct.
And services are still continuing to be provided to the children in Kent County,
That
correct?
is correct.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Any recross examination?
None, Your Honor.
Write this down before I. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stalin. You may
Thank
step
you.
down. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, any other witnesses to call? Very well. Any rebuttal witnesses to call?
May I have 3 minutes to discuss with my client, Your Honor?
Yeah, let's just take 5 minutes.
Okay.
We're in great time here. I'm not worried about anything right now, so that's perfectly fine. Just give me 1 minute. I'm responding. I'm trying to juggle a bunch of things for tomorrow. Now that, boy, this was a major legislative initiative for Michigan judges. Court of Appeals judges can now swear in attorneys. We don't. For the record, Mr. Trudell, you don't have to put this down, but for the record, the plaintiff still has has used up 50 minutes, so you have still 25 minutes, and the defense has used up 42 minutes, so you have, if you want to use it, 33 minutes. I don't think we're gonna run out of time today. Okay, Mr. Hillary, let's go back on the record, Mr. Trudell.
All set.
Okay, Mr. Hillary, do you have a rebuttal witness?
We
you'd like
do.
to-
We would call Tim Bergsma.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you very much. Looks like he came dressed to testify, so it's a good thing you called him. Before you sit down, sir, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Once you're seated comfortably, please tell us your first and last names and spell your first and last names for the court reporter.
My name is Tim Bergsma. First name is Tim. Last name is Bergsma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bergsma, and whenever you're ready, Mr. Hillary, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bergsma, tell the court your current job.
I currently serve as the Chief Financial Officer at West Michigan Partnership for Children.
And how long have you served in that role?
It will be 2 years next month.
And give the court very briefly a little bit about your education and background.
I hold a bachelor's degree in accounting, a master's in business administration, an interdisciplinary PhD in accounting and criminology. I have 25 plus years in financial leadership and management experience, and I'm a certified management accountant and a certified fraud examiner.
So for purposes of this rebuttal, I want to get right to it. The judge has expressed curiosity about whether the state itself could implement this prospective payment system from DHHS. And we've heard testimony from both of the state's witnesses that they believe that that is possible and that could happen and that they're looking into it. I want you to tell the court what WMPC has had to do over the years to get this model in place and operational.
Yes. I'd like to begin by just stating that what we're talking about here is complex. We're not building widgets, but we're looking at systems and contracts that relate to humans. And as we think about that and we think about a prospective performance-based system, there's first of all the prospective element, which means that a sum of money has to be identified to sort of fall into a given area. Everything okay over there? So a sum of money has to be identified for a range of time. And that's itself complicated. So like in our case, they look at historical data. I know that MDHHS hires a third party to do an analysis. There's a lot of work done around that to just determine a sum of money. And even with that, there is a range. So there's work to be done just about historically, what is the model brought to bear and what might we need in the future to get to a prospective amount. And that's for one entity, us. If DHS decided to do a prospective model in Kent County, I would assume if those 5 PAFCs we've been talking about were still at play, it's that exercise 5 times over, because how much would each party get? Additionally, beyond knowing a dollar amount, which is not easy to get to, let's talk about performance-based elements of that.
And let me stop you there for a second, because we focused a lot of our questions here today on the prospective payment system component of the statute. But the statute also says, as part of a state administered performance-based child welfare system. What does that mean to you?
It means a couple of things to me. First of all, in our previous contract that expired on 9/30 and in contracts or grants preceding it, there's a provision and an element in that contract that speaks about monies that if they're not spent, let's say that the allocation was more than what was needed, there are certain rules about what to do with those excess resources, i.e. reinvest back into Kent County to do what? Invent new programs, to be innovative, and to continue to move the mark on outcomes. That's what performance-based means to me. It's the ability and the wherewithal to use the money inside that contract to get to those outcomes. But it's more complicated than that, because we, in the role we play, sit between DHS, the capitated allocation, and a wide range of service providers that we develop contracts for. And we have performance-based metrics inside of each of those contracts. And it requires our infrastructure. Our CEO, Sonia, mentioned earlier in her testimony about PQI. So PQI is instrumental in helping to design the wording and the language in those contracts, and then the hard work of measuring the outcomes.
Tell me what PQI stands for.
Performance, quality, and improvement. So it's a division of our agency, and we measure the data from for example, the 5 PAFCs, and we have performance incentives built into those 5 contracts. So to stand back and look at it as a whole, there has to be a prospective mathematical model that is not one way, but 5 times over. Somehow has to differentiate between 5 different size agencies with 5 different numbers of youth in there. And then somehow the performance-based piece has to be brought to bear, and then it has to be measured accordingly. So in my lived experience and knowing WMPC's history, it's a complex system that requires a great amount of care. And so the prospective performance-based system is not as easy as writing a check on the first day of a quarter and having it be done.
Talk a little bit about these performance-based metrics and where they come from.
Well, the metrics themselves, we spend an awful lot of time trying to assess the need. What are the outcomes we're trying to achieve, and what levers can get pulled, if you will, or programs could get implemented? So we have measurements around foster care home licensing and relative placement engagement, or examples where if agencies hit certain performance metrics, they can get financial incentive for doing so. But the need comes from the assessment of, what are we trying to solve and how do we solve that?
How long did it take WMPC to get this prospective payment performance-based model operational?
I'd say it's still evolving. It's again, complex. WMPC started under a case rate model, which is not capitated allocation. It didn't work. And as a result, it went to the capitated allocation. And even from there, there's been year over year refinement to how that works, how the dollars are determined, and what measures we should be chasing.
And the suggestion that DHHS or another entity, for example, other than WMPC, could implement that program in Kent County, what's your reaction to that?
It would take time. My reaction is it's not as easy as writing a check on the first day of the quarter. There's an awful lot involved. We're talking about detailed contracts with multiple service providers that are complex, and you need time to develop that. And I would tell you that it's almost an exponential growth. You're going 1 to 5. It's been an exercise for one agency, us, to work with the department. And I can't imagine how challenging it would be to transition that over to 5 agencies and do that quickly.
Each agency is unique.
Each agency is unique.
Each agency has its own budget,
Yep.
its own staffing model,
Its own census.
its own client population.
Correct.
I have no other questions.
Thank you very much. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bergsma, you don't work for MDHHS, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know their process for creating contracts, do you?
I'm a part of their contract process as a recipient, so I think I have some insight, but I've not generated contracts on their behalf.
You don't actually know how long it would take MDHHS to generate a contract with any particular provider.
I think every contract is unique, so no.
You're aware that MDHHS has monitored your WMPC's performance metrics.
Absolutely.
You're aware that MDHHS monitors performance metrics of other agencies as well.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Can I just ask a couple of questions before you pick up, if you're going to do redirect? Mr. Bergsma, in a fee for services arrangement, I presume it relies upon invoices for work already performed in every single instance. Yes?
Yes,
In contrast, the statute calls for a prospective payment system, which of course requires some judgment, I guess.
correct.
Do you have any particular formula that you found to be reliable, or is this something that has to be done on an ad hoc basis based upon experience?
Formula for what? If you could clarify what you're speaking
To
about there.
figure out how much to pay out in advance, because presumably when you're paying for services that have not yet been performed, you're having to make an educated guess. Is that fair?
It is. There's two sides of that coin, however. There's the prospective funds coming into WMPC. That's the front load, if you will,
Yep.
of the money.
Right.
Now, for us, there's a mixed bag underneath that in terms of how that money is paid out. But to answer your question specifically, we'll use a finance term, return on investment.
Mhm.
So we'll look at needs assessment. But when we measure return on investment, let's say the performance incentives I spoke about earlier. Well, how much money are we going to set aside for that particular measure? And what is the outcome we're trying to achieve? So we have to look at the total pot of resource that we have originally. What are the needs that we're most trying to solve? And then, to be honest, the social workers, the PQI folks are probably getting to the essence of your question, help us understand the behaviors, the work that is necessary to achieve an outcome. And then we can start to budget out what it might cost to try to get that work performed, and then set that money aside and pay it out and measure the outcome. So it's more, to be honest, it's more art than science, but there's a lot of science built in
Yep.
to the mathematics, but it's not as easy as writing a formula and suggesting that that's the right way. It's a much more complicated analysis than that.
Right. And in terms of complexity, there's another problem that worries me. I presume that sometimes too much is paid out. And so you either have the decision about recapture or how to handle those excess funds. How does WMPC handle that? And how long did it take to figure out how to do that?
Again, we have a mixed bag of how that money goes out. So if we use the performance incentives, one way to mitigate that risk is to pay it out in increments and pay it out after measurement. So for example, the prospective funds come into us, but performance incentives, I'm not front loading that money out. That money is set aside in the budget as achievable if metrics are hit. And we analyze those on a quarterly basis, so we're not paying that part in advance.
All right. So in construction, for example, they talk about progress payments. Is this something akin to that?
Similar to that, I would say. Time intervaled with outcomes that get measured. So in a construction contract, X% is complete, and then a certain sum of money. In our case, it's not X% complete, it's performance achieved.
Right, right. Okay, I see. But talk to me about excess funds if they go out. And I presume that happens sometimes?
Doesn't really happen. Again, we measure the
Okay.
instruments in such a way that that's not the case. Now, the department will give us the prospective payments on a quarterly basis, 4 quarters a year. And we have an annual reconciliation process, but that's also where the complexity of the contract becomes important.
Right.
How do you measure that? What monies can go where and at what intervals? And those things have taken time to figure out with a department as well, in terms of what if there was a surplus at the end of a year? What monies are reinvestable back into Kent County? What funds should be returned back to the department? And then those same kinds of contract clauses, if you will, have to be driven into the other contracts. So it's again, complex and challenging, but we don't carry a lot of risk on the front end payment side by how we handle the payment system.
All right, so just to be clear then, if somebody were unsophisticated in this area, there would be a likelihood that they could pay out excesses and then have to deal with it. Is that fair?
Well, certainly,
But because of your experience, that doesn't happen?
correct.
I mean, it doesn't happen often.
We mitigate that risk by the way we design our contracts
Okay.
and how we work with our partners.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing else. Redirect?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else? Yes, of course you can follow up, right? Yeah. I'm just trying to understand exactly how this operates. I mean, I have an extraordinary background in accounting and finance, but this is something that's foreign to me and I'm just trying to understand it.
It's complex.
The prospective payments in the prospective payment system, that refers to money that goes to WMPC, correct?
Yes.
That's money that goes to WMPC from MDHHS, correct?
Correct.
And you aren't involved in creating that formula at all, are you?
No, I've asked, let me be clear, I've asked to be, we should be more involved, to be honest. And we have not been involved.
That formula from for those capitated payments, that is based on the Appropriations Act, Section 504. Is that your understanding?
I don't know that.
You don't necessarily pay the private agencies prospectively, is that correct?
Correct. That's what I was saying earlier.
So back to the payments that you received from MDHHS. That formula is created by some separate entity.
Yes.
And whether there is a contract with WMPC or a contract with some other entity or MDHHS themselves, that separate actuary service is the one who would be creating that formula, correct?
Yes. However, that formula right now is based on historical data that's been managed by WMPC cases. So the data is our historical data, to be clear.
MDHHS would have all of that data, correct?
Yes, but I'm saying the actuarial math problem is done off of the data from WMPC. That data would not exist going forward until there was data to be realized in FY26. That'd have to be reconciled. What I'm saying is it's not as easy as that. The formulas are complex. The historical analysis is complex, and it's based on lived experiences from WMPC.
Okay, understood. MDHHS has the data needed. Is that right?
I'm not going to suggest that that's right. No.
MDHHS would have all the same data that WMPC would have regarding the expenses of
Maybe
children.
let me make myself more clear. There is data. The data is based on the system WMPC ran. If you move to a new model, the data is not going to represent the future. That has to be considered.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anything else, Mr. Hillary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Bergsman. You may step down. Very well. Let's see. I guess we're on rebuttal. Mr. Hillary, anybody else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Levine, before we take a break and then argue?
No, Your Honor.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate how efficient everybody was. The fact it's only 3:15 and we're ready to argue is a really good sign. We did just take a break a few minutes ago. If you want a few minutes to gather your thoughts, I'll be glad to give it to you, or we can move right into argument. Anybody have any thoughts? Ms. Levine?
I'm ready to move into argument.
Mr. Hillary?
Mr. Van Stemford is ready.
Oh, he's been
Yes.
warming up in the bullpen.
Yes, I just,
Okay. All right. This is your motion then, Mr. Van Stemfort. I guess you're gonna come on up and argue it. And then I'll hear from Ms. Levine. Are you arguing? Sorry, I want to make sure I'm calling on the right person each time. I've been off on that and I apologize. Okay. It's remarkable how much you learn when you have a hearing.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. What I thought I'd do is, obviously, with respect to the declaratory relief, and I should mention earlier with respect to their MSD, we did ask for I-2 relief, so.
Oh, good, thank you.
And again.
Right. So I can decide this case one way or the other.
Absolutely, you can decide the case one way or the other. You can also decide it, obviously, we have our motion for declaratory relief, which overlaps in significant ways with the MSD, so.
Right, because I can tell both sides. It does us no good to just drag this out for months and months. That's of no use to anybody. So I'm inclined, if I can, to just go ahead and decide this in the next few days.
Well, we appreciate that, Your Honor, obviously. And obviously, this is an expedited hearing. We appreciate that as well.
Sure.
Given the court's time. So with respect to the declaratory relief, I'll rest for the most part on the argument that we had earlier with respect to the MSD. Again, there's going to be a lot of overlap there. We're talking about what does this statute say, or the multiple statutes, right? 803, 305, and then 400.117A, 4H.
Right. Well, can I come back to that for just a moment? I know we covered the waterfront, but I've learned some things now in the evidentiary hearing that I didn't know this morning, and I just want to talk to you about this. Let's assume that you read the statutory language in the most natural way. And it says then, the department shall implement a prospective payment system as part of a state-administered performance-based child welfare system in a county, of course, being Kent County. When I see the word shall, it indicates to me must. And so what that tells me is the MDHHS must implement a prospective payment system as part of a state-administered performance-based child welfare system, regardless of appropriations or not. I mean, obviously, it's subject to appropriations, but it seems to me the shall operates regardless of whether an appropriation is made or not. Now, if no appropriation is made, one would assume that that means that the MDHHS, on its own initiative, has to implement a prospective payment system as part of a state-administered performance-based child welfare system in Kent County. Okay?
Fair.
All right. Now, they say they can do it. Mr. Bergsma says they can't, or at least it's going to be very, very difficult to do that. Tell me how that would affect the outcome of the decision in this case. Do they get to decide whether they can do it or not? And then if they try and fail, then they have to go find somebody like your client? Because your client presumably would be out of business by then.
Well, that's part of the problem here, Your Honor. So the answer to that, I think, is absolutely. If the court has a ruling that says that that department has to implement this particular system, a prospective payment system, and I think Mr. Bergsma's point was helpful, right? In terms of it's a prospective payment system, but it's got to be part of the performance-based contracting. So in other words, it's not as simple as just cutting the check in the front and saying, okay, we're gonna pay you up front and reconcile afterwards. It's way more complicated than that.
Yeah, that's one of the things I understand much better than I did this morning, that this is not a simple task.
Exactly, right? So in other words, the overnight shutdown has been very difficult, for a variety of reasons. Now, what happens if this court orders that the department has to do it? I think that judgment becomes effective. And if the department thinks it can, put something up overnight, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think as a practical matter that's possible. For the reasons that we've articulated here and for the testimony that you've heard today, I think the testimony indicates that it is naive at best to believe that the department can just recreate what it took WMPC 8 years and counting to work on and to refine.
Right, and I'm a little surprised too that they haven't allocated any personnel or other resources to the project. I mean, it seems to me, ceteris paribus, that's an odd situation to be in when you're displacing the 22 people who work there and saying, we don't need anybody to replace these 22 people. We got this.
Exactly, Your Honor. So I think we're in agreement with respect to that, right? I mean, in fact, I believe the state has lost FTEs for child welfare services in this particular budget cycle. So the notion that they could just recreate this off the ground overnight without having any additional personnel and with freezing out WMPC as it has done, again, I think that's naive in the extreme. And I don't know if that answers your question, Your Honor, about remedy, right? I mean, the remedy here, I think, would be the court enters its ruling, and then the question is, okay, what happens the day after the ruling? I think, as a practical matter,
because they've gone to fee for services now in Kent County, so we don't even know whether they intend to implement the system. Now, obviously, if I issue a declaratory judgment that they have to, then I guess they don't really have any choice. And usually when I find words in a statute behind shall, it's a pretty clear indication that it really means what it says.
Right, exactly. And so, what we would request in that situation would be a declaration that they need to do it. And based on the testimony that we heard today.
But to what end? I mean, out of spite, or is there some reason for this? I mean, I know it would benefit Kent County generally because you say that the system works infinitely better. And I heard Mr. Bergsma explain it. It seems to me that if it's run properly, it really is beneficial.
Absolutely. And the reason we're here today, Your Honor, is we're not fighting about, an organization qua an organization. We believe in this model strongly. We're here because we believe that it results in better outcomes for children in foster care in Kent County, right? And so what we would ask for is a declaration that, as the legislature specifically directed, the model in Kent County be consistent with what the statute instructs. That we think is going to require WMPC to be involved, right? It took, it's been in the game for more than a decade. It's been actually running services, operating the system under, obviously it's been tweaking it along the way since 2017. And again, Your Honor, we would ask, based on the evidence that we heard today, that the department is in no shape to do this tomorrow. So if there's a declaration that enters, there's no way the department is going to be able to implement this system tomorrow. And so we would need to have at least, as part of the declaration, we would need to have an order that the department not only implement this system, but, given the lack of alternatives, that WMPC would be part of
Well,
that.
right, that's an interesting argument, because I know, for example, that they want 90 days for transition. Perfectly reasonable, but totally extra statutory. I mean, there's absolutely nothing in any of the statutes that says I can do that. So I might think, what a great idea. Let's give them a transition period, but I really have no statutory authority whatsoever to do that, do I?
Well, I think you can I think the court can enter declaratory relief. And I think that the court can enter injunctive. I know that the court has said that
Right,
it's disinclined.
I'm not, right, never say never, but it really should be done sparingly, very sparingly.
Yeah, and I understand the reasons for that perfectly, Your Honor. We're dealing with a different defendant than usual here. But I do think that to the extent that the declaratory relief is trained on the statutory language, of course, right? And again, as we heard in the evidentiary hearing today, there really is no other possibility, right? I mean, if there's an order, if there's an order that says, that declares that DHHS has to implement this particular system as
It has to do what the statute says.
as of the date of the order, right? There's no way that they can be turned on with somebody else or internally to the department the next day, right?
Well, it's going to be a very heavy lift, to say the least. I mean, the fact that they immediately moved in and put a fee-for-services system in place tells you everything you need to know about how easy it would be to go to make the transition.
Exactly. And in the department, of course, they do the fee-for-service model everywhere else in the state, right? So the department has never had the experience of doing this ever, right? Because WMPC has done it. And so again, as a practical matter, I don't know what else would be the practical result of such an order. I think WMPC would have to be involved. So and again, I'm happy to talk about likelihood of success and the merits if you'd like, but I can also go to the next.
Well, right. Let's talk about the likelihood of irreparable harm, because it seems to me that what I've heard today convinces me that if I don't grant any sort of relief to you, there is very small likelihood of irreparable harm to the children, because at least as far as I've heard, there's been a continuity. The PAFCs have this under control, and I don't really have to worry about the children in foster care. I do, of course, have to worry about the fact that 22 people are going to lose their job, and that is not nothing. I mean, although you can talk about financial harms being no basis for finding irreparable harm, I know from my business court days that if you're going to wipe out a business, that's irreparable harm.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to say, well, they took 3 customers, so you're down revenue streams amounting to $90,000 a year, pay it off. If, on the other hand, they've taken every single customer and you're now out of business, that is irreparable harm. And the same thing applies in this case. If you're shutting down an entire company, that's, to me, irreparable harm.
Yes. And
Plus, in the event that they take this over and they try to implement the system and it proves to be much more difficult than they imagined, and they want to bring WMPC back, that's no longer an option.
And that's the problem, right? It's the Humpty Dumpty problem, right? I mean,
Right.
if it comes apart, how can you put it back together again? Because, the institutional knowledge that's been built up at WMPC over the last decade,
Right.
it's going to be gone, right? I mean, there may be some folks who can, kind of come back together, but if you're talking 6 months from now, 3 months from now, a lot of these folks will have transitioned to different positions, different jobs.
Right.
It's going to be very difficult to put this thing back together. So, so irreparable harm in that respect, right, to WMPC. And of course,
Are you arguing irreparable harm to the children in foster care? Because I didn't hear any evidence of that.
well, Your Honor, and I will be candid, right? We hope that the PAFCs, with whom we've worked for years and years.
Right, as I say, I mean, at least 4 of them have been around for decades. I know that to be true from
Yes,
personal
yes. So they've been around
experience.
for decades. So obviously the hope is that, and the expectation is that they will take care of the children in charge, right? It's been a very bumpy transition for everybody. I will also say that the PAFCs, it's my understanding that they were directed not to communicate with WMPC about specific children in care. So the lack of information on our part about how everything is going,
Right.
you know, that's part of the, there's an informational disconnect, right? Because we just don't have that information. Now, of course, Director Starling testified today that he hasn't heard anything.
Yeah, they've heard
personally.
no complaints, which I take to mean that there aren't any major problems.
Right. So in the short term, right, thankfully, it seems to have gone, you know, fairly well. Again, short-term harm and long-term harm are different things, right? Again, we think that, again, we believe very strongly in the model that is based in Kent County. And for services that are innovative, such as enhanced foster care. We've heard a lot about that today.
Well,
And-
are you saying there's going to be an erosion of competence and capacity, and so it's going to be incremental?
Well, yeah, so over the long term, right, we firmly believe that the model that is instantiated for Kent County is going to result in better outcomes, better performance for children over the long term, right? And that includes, for example, the substantial increase in permanency, for example, with respect to
Sure.
enhanced foster care services,
Right.
right?
I mean,
has-
that's really the holy grail of child protective proceedings.
Exactly.
Permanence.
Exactly. So we expect to see over the long term, some of those numbers grow poorer, right? Now, can I say, you know, if we don't get a ruling by tomorrow, there's going to be some sort of long-term effect? I can't say that, right? Obviously. But to the extent that there is harm to the foster care system and to individual children, we do think there will be significant impacts given of the department's decision to revert back to a different model, right? But in the interim, right, for irreparable harm for purposes of this motion, Your Honor is exactly right. If WMPC doesn't survive, and you know they're hanging on right now, right? They're hanging on right now for a decision from this court.
Can only imagine.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a very trying time, obviously, for everybody who's trying to determine whether the organizations continue to exist. And to the extent that there isn't a relatively imminent decision, it's going to have significant
Right.
impacts. And
I'm not
the
going to.
organization's going to fold. Essentially.
Do you want to talk about the other factors? I mean, obviously, we spent the whole morning talking about likelihood of success on the merits, and now we spend a lot of time on irreparable harm. Are you taking the position that there's no harm to MDHHS if I grant an injunction?
Well, so I don't think there's any harm in requiring DHHS to abide by statutory obligations, number one. Number two, to the extent that I think there was some testimony today about the fact that it would be difficult for DHHS to kind of, you know, unwind the things it's done over the last 6 weeks. But of course, that's what DHHS chose to do, right? And so by kind of shutting everything off overnight, they've decided to change all these contracts over with the PAFCs to cut WMPC out of the process, to the extent that there's going to be some legwork on DHHS's part to kind of reinstantiate the contractual relationships with WMPC. That's on DHHS.
Right, but just to be clear, I mean, MDHHS now has a direct contractual relationship with the PAFCs, right?
My understanding.
You don't know,
my
but
understanding-
right. I
exactly.
can't imagine how there wouldn't be.
My understanding is that they do have 3600s with respect to the other children. I mean, that certainly,
Right.
we understand that they were working on that.
Right,
yes.
so they'd have to unwind that.
That's correct.
I mean, because it's a bilateral contract and they're on the hook for whatever they promised to do.
That's correct. So there would be a transition plan back to WMPC. That's going to take some effort. We agree, right? But again, in terms of the balance of harms, right? On one hand, you have insolvency in the end of this model for all practical purposes. On the other hand, you have DHHS, which is being required to abide by its statutory obligations and then to engage in some administrative work that really was caused by its own decision to flout its obligations in the first place.
Right.
So
Is
we
there
think
any
the
harm,
balance-
is there any harm to the public interest?
Public interest, you know, again, we would argue that public interest always is in favor of requiring government agencies to abide by their statutory obligations. I think that's a pretty significant public interest. We see the legislature has decided what it wants to do in Kent County. And it instantiated that in the statute, and following that is clearly in the public interest. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Levine. Sorry to broaden this conversation out. I thought this case turned entirely on subject to appropriations, but that shall is really causing me concern. And I know your client says they can do it, and I suppose if they have testified under oath that they can do it, that carries an awful lot of weight.
Yes.
I'm concerned. Let's put it that way. I don't disbelieve any of the testimony that's given today. It just seems like this is a really heavy lift. That's all.
Actually, so they have both testified that they're able to
Yes.
do the prospective payment program. And I think it's important that we actually look at the statutory language to determine what if the court were to determine that the subject to appropriations, that money was appropriated, and that this program had to be in place, the statutory language only requires a prospective payment system as part of a state-administered performance-based child welfare system. It does not require the exact model that WMPC has. It does not require the enhanced foster care. It does not require any of those things.
Right, agreed. As far as I can read the statutory language, it has only to do whether payment comes first and then services, or services come first and then payment follows.
Exactly. So it's a lot more simple than saying that they have to recreate this entire model that WMPC has done. All that MDHHS would have to do would be to make the payments first.
And let me ask you this, because I wondered what your position would be. Is that really elevating form over substance? I mean, I know I have to enforce statutes as written, but in your telling of the story, does it make a substantial difference whether the money comes first and then the services, or the services come first and then the money behind it?
No, but I think to the legislature it did.
Right. I mean, clearly they said shall and then they spelled it out. We're
I
stuck
think
with it.
When they originally created the system, the focus was on that prospective payment. And I think Ms. Norman kind of explained why, because they thought that they'd be able to be more innovative with money and they could
Yes.
create new systems.
Right.
And so that is the key, is that prospective payment. It's not about the rest of the
Yeah, the
programs.
package that comes with it.
Right. It's just that prospective payment. They're like, let's try this and see how it goes. And so that's what, if the court were to rule that way, that they would have to
Right.
do. And they can do that on their own. They don't need WMPC to do that. They don't need another entity to do that. They just would have to make the payments prospectively. And that calculation to determine how much money to pay prospectively is the same type of calculation they would have to do for WMPC as well. It's not an entirely new system, an entirely new complication. It's just a different.
They've cut out the middle entity.
Exactly.
In other words, they're the ones just providing the prospective payments
Exactly.
instead of them
Right,
providing the
instead of them
prospective
providing the
payments.
payments to WMPC to provide.
And is it true that the formula by which MDHHS allocates those prospective payments to West Michigan Partnership for Children is based on a formula that's under the control of MDHHS? WMPC really doesn't control that at all?
WMPC does not control that at all. The formula, it's a global capitated rate.
Right.
And I don't know all the details about how that is calculated.
Right.
There's some information about how it was calculated in previous appropriations acts, but I think the contract explains it a little bit too, but it's not something that WMPC does. It's something that MDHHS is responsible for creating the system.
And at least as far as we know, it seemed to be working smoothly. I haven't heard anybody say one bad thing about the way that the system was operating, that MDHHS was in fact making the prospective payments to WMPC. And WMPC was getting the money to the PAFCs on a prospective basis. And all of that seemed to be working.
Yes,
Never mind quality of services. I'm just talking about the flow of funding.
In terms of the flow of funding, yes, payments were made easily prospectively to WMPC. They used that money to provide their services,
Right.
however they do that.
Right. And the quality of the services, I guess, comes down to that performance-based child welfare system, right?
Right, and so I wanted to address that too.
Yeah, I was hoping you would.
A performance-based system is simply a system that uses performance-based metrics to evaluate and make sure that everything is run how it should be, run.
Sure.
With WMPC, it was a performance-based system because they had those performance metrics, they were evaluated. Every single contract that MDHHS has with all of the private agencies also has a performance-based metrics in there. They're the same metrics.
Oh, sure.
So the entire system is a performance-based system, whether the payments are done prospectively or in a fee-for-service model. So that portion of this, the performance-based portion of this, I don't think is really at issue, because either way, however it's done, it's performance-based. The question is whether it has to be a prospective payment under the appropriations, and then whether that prospective payment has to be done through WMPC. And there is absolutely nothing in the statute that would indicate that it would have to be done through WMPC. And the department has indicated that they are capable of doing that themselves.
And just to be clear about that, nothing would prevent the MDHHS from bringing in somebody else if they found it to be more trouble than it was worth, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But I think we can all agree that WMPC won't be around at that point. You can't wait a year or two, see what your experience is, and then reconstitute them and bring them back.
That is probably true, but I don't think we know that for certain. I don't know all the details of all of WMPC's financials.
Right, sure.
I do know that under the contracts that they had, they were required to carry risk reserves.
Right.
I know that they don't have the expenses that they had previously because they're not paying any of this money out.
Right.
So the amount of money that they would need to stay in business is significantly lower than the $30 million contract that they would have.
Oh, right. But look, one of the things that frustrates me about litigation is it puts entities in an adversarial posture. And at least as far as I've heard today, WMPC does a great job. Now, it's the state's right to do what it wants to do. I don't run MDHHS. I don't want to run MDHHS, and I'm certainly not going to try to run it from the bench. But there seems to be a great deal of value that WMPC provides. Now, it may come at a cost premium, and so MDHHS may have decided we can save millions of dollars if we cut them out. Just the way I described it, you're essentially cutting out the middle entity, and that typically has the effect of reducing costs. But in the event that MDHHS realizes that it's bitten off more than it can chew, it would be tragic, in my estimation, if WMPC weren't available to step back in. I'm not saying that MDHHS is going to fail in this endeavor. I'm just suggesting that in the private sector, when things go awry, you know, it was my experience that people would often go back to each other and say, okay, we shouldn't have fought. This is something that we need to repair because it's in everyone's best interest to move forward together rather than separately. But I see it, you know, I think the term that Mr. Hillary used was, this is Humpty Dumpty. I mean, once we break Humpty Dumpty, that's the end.
So two points to that. One, obviously, that's a policy decision.
Of course, look, I'm not saying I'm gonna make it. You can go back through my judicial career. I don't do things like that.
The other is that there's Ms. Norman testified earlier that there's always a lot of turnover in their in WMPC.
Sure, when you're funded on an annual
Right,
basis,
and that's
I
gonna
get
be
it.
the necessary. So I'm not sure how much will change if there's, if yes, it's probably true that they will have a loss of staff. But if they always have a loss of staff and they always have this where they have to bring new people in and get them ready and all of that, then I don't know, I don't know that that makes that much of a difference if they do that now or if they did that later after winning on the merits of, or after we decided that it was a good idea to get back together with them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I only know what I know from this afternoon, but it just seems like the two people who testified from WMPC are extraordinarily talented, gifted people who know exactly what they're doing. Now, that's not to denigrate MDHHS. I mean, my experience with MDHHS over the years is they've got lots of talented, gifted people who are there too.
Yeah, and so, I mean, to be clear, our MDHS's position is not that, you know, WMPC is some evil organization.
Right, some
that-
rogue
yeah,
entity. Right.
It's just that it is not the decision to renew their contract. It's that simple.
Right, I get it.
So under I mean, we spoke at length about the likelihood of success on the merits, and the irreparable harm issue, the harm to DHHS. They just won't, I mean, it's partly that it's because they would not be able to use their discretion to fulfill their obligations. They wouldn't have the same amount of money to use in the rest of the state. They just wouldn't be able to do that. They're required to provide foster care services.
Sure.
to everyone in the
Yes,
state.
absolutely.
Yeah. And then the public interest. There's no harm to the public interest if an injunction is not issued. We've heard that I think we would all agree that the most important public interest is the children in Kent County.
Right, and I presume that you would say that we haven't heard one word during the course of the day-to-day that the children have been mistreated as a result of this transition.
That's correct. And we heard from Mr. Starling that.
Or
the MHHS
maltreated, I guess I should say.
hasn't at all heard anything like that either. And obviously, if they did, they would step in. So there's no risk to the children there. Their only public interest at risk is again, finances. The fiscal report suggested it would be a $3 million savings. We have some other reports that suggest slightly different numbers, but it's obviously going to be a monetary saving because cutting out that middleman would cut out the money. So.
Right, and it wouldn't surprise me that were the case. The question is, and again, this is a choice for the director, not for some judge. Are they providing more value than the additional cost? And
That would be the policy
right,
decision.
right, I could make my own decision about that because they sure seem incredibly talented, but that's not my call to make.
So, I think everything else we have discussed and we've shown that WMPC, hasn't met the 4 standards for a preliminary injunction, which would be an extraordinary remedy anyway.
Right,
And-
yes, I said, I am loath to enjoin
And then
the director
declaratory
of an
relief,
agency.
their request, we maintain that the subject to appropriations means that it is not required to run that program. But if the court were to rule that it is required to run that program, MDHHS could run it themselves. WMPC doesn't need to be involved.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Levine, appreciate it. You'll get one more chance. Okay, Mr. Van Stepper. Nearly the last word.
Thank you, Judge. It's been a long day, but a good day. Just two quick things that I have. So first of all, on the irreparable harm part, the loss of staff,
Right.
there's some indication. Of course, this is existential for WMPC. right?
Catastrophic, absolutely.
Exactly. They do have some risk reserve, but the risk reserve, even if.
It
the staff-
dissipates quickly.
And the staff are not going to sit around doing nothing, right?
Right.
The staff, this is an organization comprised of people who want to work for the betterment of children who are at risk. They're not just going to sit on the sidelines. And of course, that will, negatively impact WMPC to continue to provide services in the event that things need to ship back to them in the future. So that's point number one. And point number two is there's been some suggestion that, look, this prospective payment obligation, that's really no big deal. It's just, write a check at the outset and then reconcile afterwards, right? Clearly, the legislature thought it was a huge deal. Exhibit 1 to our motion, that's just the kind of initial project plan. And you can see the extent of that. There was, many committees, many people bringing things together to kind of explain and to build out what this prospective payment service plan means. And especially when it's married with and intermingled with the performance-based metrics, right? Because you've got performance-based metrics, and if you've got prospective payments, if the money is coming in on the front end, that money has to be not only, as Mr. Bergsma explained, tuned to kind of historical, burn rates, but it also has to be tuned to the ability to incentivize the performance outcomes that you want, right? That's an entirely different model than what DHHS has ever done, is doing in any of the other counties. And again, the notion that this is just a question of, okay, the legislature just thought, well, you should write the check in front and then reconcile the back end. That's not what the statute means. That's not what they meant when they said use the prospective payment system as part of the performance-based model. They meant what we see in Exhibit 1 to that to our motion, and that's a much more complicated system than what the department is suggesting. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Levine, anything else?
Very briefly, the performance-based model is happening in every county in the state. Every MDHHS always evaluates the performance indicators, makes determinations based on that about whether those contracts should stay in place and how that should be worked out in order to provide services for children. The prospective payment was the key, and Ms. Norman explained why, and we've talked about this, that it's the
Right.
the ability to innovate.
Right,
So I just wanted to
it
make sure-
incentivizes creativity
Right.
and so on.
So that's the essential portion to this. And that's all I wanted to make sure that we clarified. And unless you have any other questions or.
I don't. Well, let's close. Before I do, though, I want to thank everybody for your time and patience today. It's been a long day, but it's been an extraordinarily educational day for me. I will say that I was extraordinarily favorably impressed by everyone who testified today. The child welfare system is in good hands with all of you, and I'm grateful to all of you for your service. You are truly doing the important work in our society. I will try to get this out as quickly as I can. I can't guarantee it'll come out tomorrow, but I'm going to do my level best to get it out by the end of the week. I know this is something that has everybody on pins and needles, and I don't want to do that to you. Besides, we have to make decisions going forward. So thank you all very much, and I'll do my best to live up to the quality of everything I heard today when I give you a response. Thanks. Okay.
Hear you, the state of Michigan Port of Plains, now stand adjourned.
Thank you. Everybody have a good evening.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Great testing. Okay, thank you, Jim.
You did a good job.
I think I'm gonna leave you alone for a few days. I'm just gonna be in Grand Rapids for a while.
Oh,